Good morning. Could I get a quick comms check for me? Looks like my mic is working.
Yes, I can hear you, Matt.
Okay, I don't have audio. Thank you.
Oh no.
Try and figure that out. Stand by.
Okay.
We are live streaming now.
Thank you, Katie.
Could I get another comms check?
Yes. Can you hear us now?
There we go. I got it figured out. Thanks.
Yes. Thanks, Matt. Good morning, Sarah.
Morning, Caitlin. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good.
Quick audio test. Good morning.
Good morning, Greg. Good morning, Anne.
Good morning, Caitlin. How are you?
Doing well. Excited to see everyone.
Good. How is the weather where you are?
It's a little foggy and gray.
It's cold here.
Sorry, is anyone getting any feedback? Wonderful. Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Cassie. All right, we are just waiting for Heidi.
Okay, there we go.
Morning, Steve.
Good morning, Kate. Okay.
Check on yours.
Okay. Hmm.
I'll give it just a few more minutes. Morning, Heidi.
Hi, good morning.
Hi. I'm going to stop sharing. Just to let everyone know, we are live streaming on YouTube, and I'm going to begin the recording now. All yours, Heidi.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Good morning and welcome to the Thursday, February 19th meeting of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation. We will do roll call, I think is probably the best way. As far as a brief introduction, if you'll say who you are, what region of the state you are, and if there's anything, I don't know, special or anything else you want to say, go ahead. I'll start things off with the awkwardness. I'm Heidi Slaybaugh, chair of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation, and I live in Central Oregon in Bend specifically, and I am a historic architect. Just go to my screen. Jackie.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Chung, and I'm an archaeologist from the Dalles, Oregon.
Great. Sarah.
I'm Sarah Monroe, and I'm a committee member from Portland, Oregon.
Cassie.
Good morning, Cassie Rippey. I am an archaeologist and tribal liaison out of Salem.
Right. Steve. Oh, you're still muted.
I'm Steve Mark, a historian. I live in Fort Klamath, so it's South Central Oregon. We'll put it that way. So, okay.
Greg.
Good morning. I'm Greg Shine. I'm a historian out of Portland, Oregon.
Perfect. And we have a new commission member. Anne, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning. Hi, Cassie. My name is Ann Niblett. I am a Coquille tribal member, and let's see. Oh, I live in Coos Bay, Oregon. It's gorgeous here, but cold today. And let's see. I serve as the newsletter editor for my tribal nation and on various boards and committees over the years. So anyway, great to be here. Look forward to seeing you all in person. Thank you, Caitlin.
Great. Thank you for joining us. We're really excited to have you and your level of expertise on our committee. So how about some staff introductions, or what do we have? We'll start with Katie.
Thanks, Heidi. I'm Katie Ewers-Abrams, and I'm the National Register of Historic Places Coordinator at the Oregon SHPO, and I'm also the Board Administrator Partner for the State Advisory Committee.
Perfect. Curry, we've got Curry Gill here today.
Hi, everybody. I'm Curry Gill. I am the Grants and Outreach Manager for Oregon Heritage and coordinate the Certified Local Government Program. I'm going to be around for the meeting because Ian Johnson, the Deputy SHPO, is on family leave, and I'll be doing the Heritage update today.
Perfect. Thanks, Curry. Matt, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Heidi. Matt Dietrich. I am an archaeologist and historic preservationist out of Eugene. Good to be here this morning. Thanks.
And Kim.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kim Spivey. I am the administrative specialist for the Heritage Division in SHPO, so I will be taking the meeting minutes this morning.
Thanks, Kim. All right. Is there anyone else that I didn't see on my screen. Are you seeing anyone else, Katie, that I missed?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
We do have 3 attendees who are joining us online.
Okay. Just general public?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then we'll move on to the next item of business. That's our issues of interest or concerns from the general public. Are there any people who do wish to speak or bring anything up to our committee? Oh. Katie wants me to read the opening statement. She's so, yes. Okay, before I do that, now that we've done our introductions, thank you, Katie. I thought I just read that at the hearing, which, okay. I do need to read this one though. Sorry, folks, discombobulated again. Okay. Now that we've done our introductions, we're going to backtrack a little bit. This is the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation, which is a 9-member committee. And we are appointed by the governor to review documentation for State of Oregon nominations to the National Register of Historic Places. The committee meets 3 times a year to review nominations brought forward by the State Historic Preservation Office. The committee also advises the State Historic Preservation Office on matters of program, policy, and budget. So thank you for backtracking a little bit. And we are going to go from, well, now it's 8:42 until about 10:30. We'll take a little break and then we will continue on with our agenda. So at this point, again, I'd like to welcome any questions or comments from the general public that they have for our committee.
Thanks, Chair Slaybaugh. We do not have anyone registered to speak today on items that are not on the agenda.
Okay. All right. Great. Well, then I just want to make note that our next meeting is June 25th and 26th in Tryon. Is that how you pronounce it? Maybe Tryon Creek State Natural Area. It's up near Portland. And it is the last week of June, so it's 1 week later than our normal meetings. So I just want to make sure you guys all have that as a note on your calendar. So June 26th or 25th and 26th. And I already asked you, Katie. You did so well giving me this outline and I'm just not following it. Are there any members of the public who have registered for testimony for items that are not on the agenda?
No, there are not this morning.
Okay. Just double checking. Okay, next item on our agenda is approval of the minutes from our meeting. Let's get back to my agenda. It was our October 2025 meeting. Were there any questions, corrections, additions from anybody for that agenda? I mean, those meeting minutes? No, it was perfect. I know it was perfect. Okay. How about a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes for the meeting of October 17th through the 19th, 2025.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Right. Sarah's motion. Greg has seconded. Let's do any discussion. Probably none. Seeing none. Okay, I'm going to do a roll call vote. Jackie?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Mark or Steve?
Yes.
Cassie?
Yes.
And Anne?
Yes.
Perfect. And myself, Heidi. Yeah. All right. Wonderful. Moving on, we are looking at our agenda for today. And staff, are there any changes to be made?
Well, our Deputy SHPO, Ian, as Curry mentioned, is on family leave. So Curry will be giving the update in the Deputy SHPO's stead.
Perfect. Okay, no other changes, great. So we need a motion to approve our agenda for today.
I move to approve the agenda for today's meeting.
Thank you, Cassie. We have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, here we go again. We have a motion and a second. Jackie?
Yes.
All right, Matt? I'm sorry. Oh,
Yes,
yeah, Matt,
yes to
sorry,
both.
I didn't have you vote last time. I apologize.
That's okay. Yes to both.
Thank you. Steve?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Cassie?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
And myself, yes. All right. Katie, are you ready to do, oh, no, not Katie. We're going to go to our stand-in Deputy SHPO, Curry. Would you like to share any updates?
Thank you. Yes, I do have actually several items to share around Oregon Heritage and OPRD, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, our parent agency. So a few items at the agency level. We have had a change of executive director. Our executive director, Lisa Sumption, was asked to go serve as an interim director for ODOT. That began January 1st. As of now, the understanding is that that is through June, but that could change. So our interim director at Oregon Parks and Recreation Department is Stephanie Coons. She was on the executive team and the executive director for what we call Central Business Services. That includes things like finance, HR, communications, policy, and such. She's been with the agency for about 3 years, and she has stepped right in and is continuing forward with a lot of work that has been happening lately. Probably you have seen the news articles about OPRD and our budget challenges, and we have done some increases of fees to help bring in additional revenue. We are also looking at how to long-term better sustain our programming and our work with the budget that we have. So we are looking at a variety of changes and efficiencies, and we are going through an assessment process in the agency right now. It's starting with the parks in the field, and then we'll come to headquarters, which is where we are housed. That should be done between now and the fall, is our guess, and that will help us maybe determine additional efficiencies and cost savings available to us. Let's see. And we recently received staff an updated strategic plan for the agency. So that might be a good thing. I would expect Ian might share that with you at your next meeting. We definitely fit in all of the goals of the plan. So the work of the SACHP is definitely part of what we have going on in the agency. That was just released to us this week, so you'll see that more in the future. And let's see, those are the big agency changes. And then for SHPO and Heritage specifically, we have one staff change two staff changes since the last meeting. One is Josh Henderson, who was on a limited duration position. His position ended in December. So we no longer have that. He set us up really, really well with several projects that we were working on, particularly around survey and inventory work, but a variety of other projects. One of those includes what we call the Heritage Hub, which I know you all have heard about quite a bit. That project is a dynamic database, geographically based database that also incorporates our processes in managing programs. We are moving forward with that project. We are getting very close to releasing the opportunity for firms to submit proposals to us for a limited area of programming, which is the review and compliance and survey and inventory programs to start. And then we will add programs over time. With our budget issues in the agency, it's really cool that we still get to continue with this project. We are hoping to start working with a firm by June of this year and work to get that implemented over that fiscal year. And so hopefully in a little over a year from now, we will have those systems up and running. Another staff change is that our Oregon Main Street coordinator, Sherry Stewart, who has been doing that job for 16 years and being an amazing leader nationally and as a state, she's a national award winner. Sherry Stewart is retiring at the end of this month, and we have hired Amy Kiefer, who has a lot of really great experience doing economic development and community development work. She has some background in design, really has value for historic preservation. She has started, so we have a little bit of overlap between those two. And you will see Amy pop up here and there. She's also going to be coordinating the Certified Local Government program eventually, but we're onboarding her first with Main Street. And then on to a couple of projects that we are working on. We recently completed our continuity of operations plan for Oregon Heritage, which includes work with you all. And we have a steering group started who is gonna go through the recommendations of that plan. So we are a little bit better prepared if there's an emergency need. But it was really big, good lift. This was on Ian's list for about 4 years. So it was awesome to get that complete. And maybe that's something we'll share in the future with you. The state has a housing working group, which we are a part of. And a bunch of our team are participating in projects that will help move forward housing projects in a smooth and effective way in the state. So one of the areas of work is in the compliance world. We're looking into a programmatic agreement with HUD and the state agency for housing. So that is in progress right now. We will be working on providing some of the resources that were recommended in the What's Up Downtown Upper Floor Development study that we put out a few years ago. So we're going to move forward with some of those recommendations that can support housing. We are also working on a project to help people see the possibilities and get some useful tools to participate in the federal Preservation Tax Credit Program that also can support housing. So that falls under that SHIP project. And then another project will be to develop useful design guidelines for housing in historic districts. So we have a bunch of projects going on that way, and all of those are tied to that housing program, which we have to update monthly. They're really keeping on top of this housing challenge that's going on. And one of our other projects we are working on is we're continuing with the Women's History Multiple Property Document work. The survey work has been completed. We are now, well, Katie is now working with them super closely on the development of the document itself and 2 nominations. One for the Pine Tavern, which is in Bend, and one for oh my gosh, I'm forgetting the person's name. Katie, will you help me with the name?
Edith Yang.
Thank you. Edith Yang House, which is in Corvallis. So those are really 2 great nominations that are tied to that labor history, and will hopefully fit nicely with that initial context that some of you all participated in the development of and learned about back in Enterprise a couple of years ago. So it's cool to see this project moving forward. And then 2 more things on the federal level. The Advisory Council on Historic Preservation is looking into changes to the Section 106 program. So we are paying attention to and responding to the opportunities that come up for comment in that realm. Ian is working with the national group of preservation officers to keep in line with that. And then for our funding, the Historic Preservation Fund had stable funding for state and tribal historic preservation offices approved in the federal budget. So we don't have the notice of funding open yet, but it is appropriated. So that's a really great thing to know that that's in place. That is all I have for updates. I'm happy to answer questions if I can. We'll see. Unless they're secret Ian questions. He did not give me all of his secrets.
Oh, those are great updates, especially with our budget cuts that we're still doing so much. Yeah, if there's any way I could see any of those guidelines for housing in historic districts, I'd love to look at that and provide some input if possible. And as serving on the Bend Landmarks Commission, we have our annual meeting with City Council next week, and we're talking about how our goals coincide with their goals. So that housing is a very hot topic in Bend. So I'd love to see a draft of that, possibly.
Will do. So that project is one of the later ones, so that'll probably be more like next fall that we will start having some drafts of that. But I will make note. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions for Curry? Great. Thank you, Curry. Let's see. So are we ready to turn it over to our training? Katie, you ready for the National Register nomination training?
I'm ready if you all are.
Criteria B. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Heidi, and thanks, Curry, for that awesome update. I am going to share my screen. You could just give me a thumbs up to let me know if you see it. Cool. Thank you. Okay. So as Heidi mentioned, this meeting, our training is going to focus on reviewing nominations that are written under Criterion B for their significance for an association with a person important to our past. This could be one of the trickier criteria to argue, And I think Ian would share that our National Park Service reviewers scrutinize these nominations especially closely, maybe more closely than they look at criterion A or C or D nominations. So today we'll be talking about what specifically a nomination needs to do to make a strong case for significance under criterion B, and some of the things to be looking for when you review one of these kinds of nominations. So as a quick just refresher, the National Register sets 4 criteria for significance, and a property needs to meet at least one of these 4 and also retain integrity in order to be eligible for listing. Criterion A is for properties that are associated with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history. This is probably the most commonly used criterion these days. Thank you, Cassie. And properties that have recently been listed under Criterion A in Oregon include the Salem Substation, listed in recognition of its significant association with the Bonneville Power Administration's master grid era of development, and the Juniper House in Portland that was listed early in 2025 in recognition of its role as the state's first hospice for people with HIV/AIDS, and for its influence in shaping public opinion and responses to that disease in the 1980s. Criterion B is for properties that are associated with the lives of persons significant in our past. That'll be the focus of our discussion today, so we'll look at a lot of examples of that later. Criterion C is for properties that embody the distinctive characteristics of type, period, or method of construction, or that represent the work of a master, or that possess high artistic values, or that represent a significant and distinguishable entity whose components may lack individual distinction. That's a lot. We generally kind of think of criterion C as the architecture, engineering, art criterion. A couple of well-known properties in Oregon that have been listed under criterion C are the St. John's Bridge in Portland, so it can recognize structures as well, and the Peterson Rock Garden, which is one of those distinguishable entities whose components may lack individual distinction, but together are pretty impressive. Then criterion D is for properties that have yielded or may be likely to yield historically important information. This criterion is most frequently applied to archaeological sites, can be applied to built resources too. And it was used for listings including the Mill Place House site we reviewed last February. It's been used for shipwreck sites, and for more than 90 sites that were listed under the Native American Archaeological Sites of the Oregon Coast Multiple Property Documentation Form in the late 90s. That is actually our most used multiple property documentation form in Oregon. Significance under criterion B, this is true for all 4 of these criteria, can be at the local, state, or national level, and the integrity of the property needs to support the association, which means that the property needs to retain character-defining features from the period of significance. And we'll talk more about what that looks like for criterion B. The National Park Service has a lot of great guidance online for writing National Register nominations. Bulletin 16A, how to complete the National Register form, and Bulletin 15, how to apply the National Register criteria for evaluation, are 2 of the base texts that I probably refer to weekly, and I recommend to all of our preparers and reviewers. They're pretty general guidance documents, so the ones I go back to again and again. But the Park Service also has a number of bulletins on really specific topics, different property types, different situations, and one of these is applying criterion B. This is Bulletin 32, Guidelines for Evaluating and Documenting Properties Associated with Significant Persons, which Greg actually walked us through in our October meeting in his review of the Devers House nomination. I see him smiling. Bulletin 32 lays out a number of guidelines or standards for establishing eligibility under criterion B, which I think can be grouped into about 3 different steps. So we're going to break these down today. First, establishing that the person in question is historically significant. That's kind of the baseline. Second, demonstrating that the property is associated with that person and their significance. And then third, establishing that the property retains enough integrity to communicate that significant association. Talking about what each one of these entails. Establishing the person's significance, like I said, this is foundational because the argument won't hold if the nomination can't establish that the relevant person is historically significant, which in National Register terms means they made demonstrable, distinct contributions to local, state, or national history. There are a few different components to establishing significance, and they don't necessarily need to appear in this order in a nomination, but they do all need to be there. Probably the most basic is just providing historical context, both so the reader can understand why the specific person's contributions are significant and at what level of significance, so local, state, or national. It's also critical that the nomination conveys why the context itself is significant, which is something we talked about last June in the training on historic contexts. Right? There has to be that kind of so what answer, both for the person's impact and also for the context in which they're significant. Because if a context is so narrow that it's unclear whether it's significant outside of a really limited circle of interest, that doesn't mean that that context or that person's story doesn't matter or isn't very important to someone, just that the National Register designation might not be the right tool in this case, recognizing that. To place the person within the context and to establish them as significant, a nomination also needs to demonstrate that particular person's distinct and significant contributions to history. So this means describing what they did and explaining why it mattered and how it changed or advanced the historic context or their field or area. This especially needs to not just be stated in the nomination, but backed up by research. So if you're reading a nomination that says that someone was influential, says that they're revolutionary, but doesn't explain how they were influential or what they revolutionized, it's not meeting the bar. So that doesn't mean that the property is not eligible. It just means the nomination needs some revision maybe. So you want to be looking for the specifics and at the sources cited. Now, what does this look like? So because a lot of nominations under criterion B argue significance within a specialized field or art form or practice that's maybe not common knowledge, and the preparer of the nomination isn't necessarily themselves a specialist in all those areas, especially if we're working, with a volunteer or even, consultant that's been hired who isn't a specialist in this very particular area. A strategy you might see is nominations drawing on quotes or criticism from recognized experts in that area. So drawing on other experts to explain why the person's contributions were so impactful. As an example, this is a project that I worked on when I was a preparer. It's one of my favorites. It's a nomination for the Jim Pepper House, which is in Portland. It's the childhood home of Muskogee Creek and Kaw jazz rock artist Jim Pepper. It's where he grew up. It's where he learned Native songs and culture with his parents and grandparents, had a significant impact on his music. It's where he practiced for many years. And it's where he wrote probably his most famous, his seminal album, Pepper's Powwow. I am not an expert in this area of significance, and I'm not part of his community. So I interviewed a lot of people for this nomination and pulled on written scholarship from Indigenous musicians and artists, including Joy Harjo and Simon Ortiz, and from jazz critics. I learned a lot about jazz in the course of this project, and from some of Jim Pepper's contemporary artists and collaborators to demonstrate his significance in the history of jazz rock fusion and as an Indigenous musician. So reading this nomination, looking at where the information comes from, helps build credibility and explain to the reader why this person was significant. The kind of third element of establishing a person's significance for criterion B is comparing that person to their peers. I remember this is something that Greg talked a lot about when we were reviewing the Deaver's House. This step is one that people sometimes overlook. They're so focused on explaining the significance of the person, they maybe don't back up and look at what their peers were doing. But it's really essential for placing that person within their context and for understanding how they stood out, how their contributions were distinct, and why this should be a criterion B nomination for a significant association with a person and not a criterion A nomination for an association with a trend that person fit into. The nomination needs to explain who else was associated with that same context, what they were doing during the same period, and how the contributions of the person that's the subject of the nomination are differentiated. Something I want to stress is much like the comparative analyses that we talk about that we want to see in nominations, this part, comparing to peers, is not about putting other people down. And it's not about saying that other people weren't important within that same field. There can be many people who are important within the same context, within the same field. It's more about differentiating that person who's the subject of the nomination and demonstrating how their contributions specifically are distinctive and stand apart. For example, they might have been the first to do something. We've seen that before. Jim Pepper was a leader in the jazz rock fusion genre, which is something that has permeated so much of our popular music, but he was one of the first people doing it. This person might be the most prominent in their field. And again, pulling on expert scholarship is really helpful to establishing that. They also might have made contributions that are unique and advanced our history in a special way. Explaining that in comparison to other people in that field or area or context were doing at the time goes a really long way to helping a reader understand why the person who's the subject of this nomination was important. Step 2, while step 1 asks, why this person, why this particular person? Step 2 is about why this property, why is this the place that represents that important person's significance? To answer this question, the nomination needs to explain how and in what way the property has a direct association with what the National Register guidance calls the person's productive life. And it's in quotes because this is the term that they use. This means that the property has to be tied directly to the significant contributions that were described back in step 1. Some activity needs to have been happening there. It's because of this that properties that were associated with a significant person when they were very young, maybe their birthplace, in the time preceding their significant contributions, those sometimes aren't eligible under criterion B unless, like we saw with the Pepper House, they can be shown to have a direct impact or have been the site of a direct impact on the person's contributions later in life. If it's just a birthplace, the person lived there for a couple of years, moved out when they were a toddler, that place is probably not going to be eligible under criterion B for an association with them because it's not associated with their significant contributions. This requirement to have an association with the person's productive life is also why burial places, graves, and memorials typically aren't eligible under criterion B. They may be eligible under other criteria, but typically not B. And it's also why, something we'll talk about later, buildings that were designed by highly regarded architects aren't eligible under criterion B, but their offices where they were designing those highly regarded buildings could be eligible under criterion B. The place has to be tied to the work. So that idea of productive life is key to making the case under criterion B. And like in all nominations, there should be comparative analysis. In this case, it's not maybe comparing the building to other buildings that look similar. It's about comparing the property to other properties that were associated with the same person and explaining why that property is the best representation of the person's significant contributions. I think this deserves some explanation because at face value, I think this idea of explaining why a property is most representative kind of indicates like there should be at most one property listed under criterion B per significant person. But that's not the case when we look at the National Register. I looked up 4 places that are listed under criterion B for their association with this Western author, Thane Gray. And one of my favorite National Register projects in Minnesota, they have a whole multiple property documentation form for evaluating and listing places that are associated with the musical artist Prince. So what gives? A property can be eligible under criterion B so long as it is the best representation of a particular and significant aspect or period of a person's productive life. So it's not necessarily the one thing overall because people's lives are multifaceted and different properties may represent different significant periods in their lives. Like if they're artists, maybe they had different phases of their art or just different aspects of their development and contributions to society. So if we're we're talking about Prince, my favorite MPD, different properties associated with his composition and recording and performance, those might illustrate different significant periods of his career. They might be associated with like really different albums or things he was doing with his music. For an Oregon example, we have the Zane Grey cabin near the Rogue River in Curry County. And I mentioned that's one of several National Register listed places associated with Zane Grey. For those who don't know, it's new to me. He was a prolific and popular author of Western novels and adventure stories in the early 20th century. And for better or for worse, he was really influential in shaping the mythology of the American West. So Zane Grey's farmhouse in Pennsylvania, where he lived and where he worked during his early career, where he wrote kind of the first phase of his books, and a cabin near Payson, Arizona, where he vacationed and drew inspiration for some of his books that are set in the American Southwest. Both of those are listed in the National Register and have been for decades. Also, his mansion in Altadena, after he gained success, bought this very nice house in Altadena, wrote most of his later works there. That was also listed in the National Register until last year's fire, when it was unfortunately lost. So that puts us at 3 places associated with this one person, all before the Zane Grey cabin in Portland was nominated. So even with all those other places associated with his productive life already listed in the National Register, this property, which the nomination explains Grey used as a vacation location, and it's where he wrote some of his books and got some inspiration for how he described this kind of setting in his literature. That was still listed because the nomination made it clear that it was this property, not any of his residences and not that cabin in Arizona, that is representative of his inspiration from the Rogue River landscape, which is the setting, a number of his books and articles. So this property, unlike any other, ties his work to the region, and in that way it's differentiated from those houses where he was writing and that cabin, since it's associated with his work specifically here in Oregon, which is a different and distinct aspect of his career. I think another interesting example for this is the nomination for the Port Orford Jail, which Val prepared and that he put forward under criterion B for its association with Port Orford's first mayor, Gilbert Gable. It's pictured here. Gilbert Gable spearheaded significant development in the community, and he's the person who originated the state of Jefferson secessionist movement in southwestern Oregon, and that still has echoes into the present. That's something I also learned about from this nomination. And I think looking at this property, like at first blush, without reading the nomination, I think it might seem to someone like a city jail maybe wouldn't be the property that's most representative of a mayor. I think you might think maybe an office, like the one he's sitting in this picture, or an administrative center, or even maybe like the location of an address he gave that was important. But the nomination, in taking the step and comparing the jail to other properties, it explains that the jail was the only all-new governmental building that was constructed during his administration. So there's that association with his productive life. Maybe more importantly in this case, it's also the only municipal building from the period of his mayorship that is still extant. Since in 1958, a fire destroyed the city offices, like you see here, and the library and other buildings that were constructed under his tenure. So that comparison and that explanation, that makes it really clear that this is the only thing that's left associated with this person. And that really strengthens the argument under criterion B. It makes it clear where a photo might not, why this property is the most representative of his significant contributions. And finally, step 3, once significance is established, both significance of the person and their association with the property, just like in any other nomination, you also have to establish integrity. Integrity, as a refresher, is another National Park Service kind of jargony term that they define as the authenticity of a property's historic identity, evidenced by the survival of physical characteristics that existed during the historic period. So there's kind of 2 parts to this. There's, does the property look and feel like it did during the period it developed? And are there actual physical materials and design aspects and setting qualities from that period that still exist? As with all nominations, integrity needs to be tied to the period of significance. And so what I mean by that is when you're thinking about, does this property seem authentic to the historic period? Keep in mind that, especially for criterion B nominations, the historic period, the period of significance might not begin with construction. It might begin a lot later. It begins when that person's association with the property started. So the period of significance might post-date some alterations and additions. It might even encompass some of them. So instead of detracting from the property's significance, then those alterations, even though they're not original to the property, might actually add to the property's significance because they exemplify the person's association with the property. Ian's not here, but I want to share one of his favorite examples, the Ernest Bloch house, which Val wrote a nice blog post about last summer. Ernest Bloch was an internationally famous and influential composer, and he lived in Newport in a house that overlooked Agate Beach from 1941 until his death in 1959. And in that 18-year period, he wrote about a third of his most famous works, and he did that writing in the house. So right there, you have that association with his productive life, direct association with his significant contributions. The composition was happening in this property. And specifically, it was happening in a room in which he replaced the original multi-light casement windows here with these big picture windows to get a better view of the sea while he was composing. Those windows are alterations. They're not original to the house. If you could zoom out, you'd see, they're not really period appropriate. They don't really fit. You can tell that they're alterations, but they're from the period of significance, and they're directly associated with Bloch and his work. So they're actually pretty important character defining features, even though they're not original to the house. So this is a place where people can get tripped up, because you might be thinking, they are alterations, but in this case, the alterations themselves are significant. This kind of association is often seen in criterion B nominations with interior features too. So Ursula K. Le Guin's writing room and bookcases that you read about for tomorrow's review. Living takes place inside buildings. So for criterion B nominations, especially, interior features can be really important. If the interior of the property has been heavily altered since the end of the period of significance, and features that were closely associated with how that how that person used the property as relates to their significance, then the nomination needs to address whether that association can still be conveyed. It might be the case that there are certain interior spaces that are more important to conveying that association than others. Maybe this person's office conveys their significance maybe better than the finishes in the kitchens and bathrooms have been replaced. That might not be as important, but that all has to be tied back to the significance argument. It all has to work together. Now that we've talked kind of globally about what a criterion B nomination needs to do or include to establish significance, I want to highlight a couple of common issues or tricky situations that I sometimes see in criterion B nominations. And then after I run through those, I've got 6 of them. If you have any other ideas, or if you have questions, or if you want to discuss things that you've seen, I would love to talk about that too. So as I go through these, kind of think about what you've seen in your reviews or questions that you've had. These 6 things, they're just things to look out for. I want to stress they don't necessarily mean that a property being nominated isn't eligible for the National Register, just that the nomination might need some revisions or to consider some other arguments around significance. These are just meant to raise questions. So the first issue that we see sometimes is success or position being assumed as significance. So a nomination will often describe to us that this person that we're saying is significant held a prominent office. They were elected to a high office, or they were really well known in their community, or that they were really wealthy. And that's, a marker of financial success. So while those things might all be true, and they definitely might be related to the person's significance, they're not the same as significance. right? There are a lot of people who've been elected to public office, a lot of people who've been financially successful. That does not necessarily mean that they are significant to the patterns of our history. This goes back to what we talked about, talking about the connection to the significant person. Criterion B requires distinct contributions, not just status. So being financially successful, being a politician elected to office, being very well known locally does not in and of itself equal significance, although it may be related to significance. So our Park Service reviewer liked to say, and I found this helpful, ask yourself, if not for this person, then what? And if you can't come up with a good answer to that question from what's provided in the nomination, then the nomination hasn't demonstrated significance, even if it's listed off markers of success and position. And some additional work needs to be done to explain again why this person really made significant contributions to our history. Another common issue is the absence of comparison with similar individuals or peers. In some cases, the person's contributions are singularly unique. I'm thinking of some civil rights leaders, certain scientists, like they're really well known. And so this piece doesn't need to be very extensive, but it is important and needs to be probably more thorough when the field or the area or context in which the person is significant is maybe not as widely known or understood. So I'm thinking like Gilbert Gable and his association with the state of Jefferson movement. That's known regionally, right? But it's probably not familiar to our National Park Service reviewers in Washington, D.C. So in that nomination, Val went a little bit further in explaining what that movement was, why it was important, who else was involved in it. It's also important if there are a lot of people associated with the context. So if someone was one of many civic leaders, I'm thinking about Arthur Devers, the Portland businessman, whose house he looked at in October. He was one of many civic leaders active in Portland at the beginning of the 20th century. The nomination in that case needs to show us that that person stood out somehow by comparing their contributions to their peers. So in that case, other civic leaders, right, and prominent business folk in Portland around the time, how did he stand out? Because you need that comparison to evaluate distinctiveness. Or like I mentioned earlier, maybe this is not a criterion B story. Maybe it's a story about a trend that a lot of people were a part of, and that would put you into criterion A territory. A third issue that we see is a lack of comparison with other properties associated with that significant person. If the property, again, comparing with similar individuals, maybe they really earn a lot. Some cases, the property is singularly associated with a person. Like this is the one single office this person inhabited over the course of their entire career. It's where they did all of their notable work. This is the only place. That's fine. You don't really need to like force an association and dig up, oh, this person visited this restaurant one time or something. Don't need to do that. But the nomination does need to be clear. This is the only and best place, and back it up with evidence. So that way, as a reviewer, when you're looking through it, you can confidently say, this person looked at other properties, looked for other places, didn't find them. This one is the best representation of the person's productive life. Most cases, though, there are other places that were associated with the person. People work in different buildings, they move, they live in different houses. But for one reason or another, maybe those other places aren't as suitably representative of a particular aspect or period of that person's significance. So like thinking about Zane Grey, if there were other cabins he was going to in that period, maybe this one in Rogue River is the best because that's where he was actually writing. Other places may no longer have integrity or even be extant, like those other municipal buildings in Port Orford. The nomination needs to identify those places. They can do that in a specific subsection in Section 8. They can weave it throughout the text. But what's important is that there's this explanation of what else is out there and why the property being nominated is eligible. Fourth issue, and one that sometimes could be a non-starter for criterion B nomination, is a misunderstanding of the National Register's requirement for there to be a direct association with the person's productive life. So I put here owning a property, Visiting it occasionally, the George Washington slept here trope, right? That's not on the face of it enough for criterion B eligibility. So the question needs to be, did the significant activity actually happen here? If the property wasn't directly tied to the significant activity, like the Ernest Bloch house, where he was actively composing that music, or if it can't be shown to have been influential to significant activities, like the Jim Pepper house, where he was learning that music that influenced his musical style, if it can't do one of those things, if it can't show a direct association or important influence, then it doesn't meet this threshold, unless it's a case like the Porterford jail, where there's truly nothing else extant, and the property being nominated is the only thing loosely associated with the person that retains integrity. And again, whichever way you're going with that, that itself is critical to communicate through the comparison or explanation of other associated properties that we just talked about. That's direct association. Another non-starter confusion maybe is what I'm calling the cumulative approach. And what I mean by that is like the nomination is trying to make a case for criterion B based on the fact that it's been associated with a number of people who might be considered significant. So instead of it's associated with a few people who are significant, it's directly associated with them. It has kind of this loose association with a lot of people who have some significance. Criterion B doesn't work cumulatively though, and association with multiple notable people does not add up to significance. So an example to think about what this could look like is like a courthouse isn't eligible under criterion B just for its association with every single county judge who ever served in that jurisdiction. Or a school wouldn't be eligible under criterion B because it's associated with a lot of graduates who've gone on to do notable things. These properties could still be eligible, but that's not the reason. Just the quantity of significant people is not enough to make that case under criterion B. And actually, Bulletin 32 has some helpful guidance. It tells us that when it's difficult to pinpoint the specific significance of individuals because significance rests more in this like cumulative importance, that's an indication that criterion A might be a more appropriate application than criterion B. So that courthouse might be significant under criterion A for its longstanding role in the community's legal processes. And the school might be significant for its importance as an educational institution, but they're not significant for their association with a wide variety of people. So sometimes the issue is not necessarily that the property isn't eligible in these cases that you're looking at, it's just that criterion B isn't the appropriate path for arguing significance. For me, a red flag for this one is if you're seeing like stacked bibliographies, like kind of a who's who list of historically prominent people, that's an indication that the nomination might be having this issue and criterion B might not be the right path. So something you can ask yourself when you're reviewing is the story here is what's significant about persons and their direct contributions to history? Or is it about a pattern that these people were part of? And if it's the latter, then criterion A might be more appropriate. Similarly, a case where criterion B might get blended or confused with another criterion for significance, there are also some cases where B and C can get conflated. And this is usually when it comes to that work of a master idea. So as a just quick reminder, criterion C is that one that we generally think of as architecture, engineering, or art criterion. And that includes what the National Register calls work of a master, meaning a property that illustrates the technical and or aesthetic achievements of a figure who's generally recognized as a master in the field. Being a master in the field, that doesn't necessarily mean this figure has to be known by name, but their work needs to be distinguishable and it needs to be recognized as highly skilled by other people working within this field who are qualified to evaluate that. So the focus on the person in this case, that master architect or engineer, or artist or craftsperson or designer, that's where the confusion with criterion B can happen. So we talked about criterion B. The straight definition is properties associated with the lives of persons significant in our past. And a property that was designed by a great architect is definitely associated with that person. You know, it's something they designed during their productive life. But National Register says that unless the architect was actually doing their work at the property, then it should be listed under criterion C. So like I mentioned earlier, if it was in fact like the architect's office where they designed all their most important works, or it was the craftsperson's studio where they made all their wares, then criterion B would, in that case, be the appropriate choice. An example that we saw not too long ago, I think October 2024, that was done perfectly correctly, but maybe could have had some potential for confusion there. It's the Burks-Beluski House in Portland. That house was designed by modern architect Pietro Beluski. He designed some really iconic buildings along the West Coast, the Equitable Building in Portland and the Portland Building. And the Beluski House represents a phase in his career where he was experimenting with a different blend of styles in residential architecture. He designed that house for the Burks family, and he actually liked it so much that when they were selling it, he bought it and he lived there until he passed away in the 90s. So that house was definitely associated with him, right? It was associated with his life. He designed it, he lived there, but it's not where he was doing his design work. So it's not eligible under criterion B for its association with him as a person, but under criterion C as the work of a master. So when you're reviewing something, it's being argued under criterion B for its association with a craftsperson or designer, you can ask yourself, is this the work of a master? Or is it where the master was doing their work? In which case significance should be argued under criterion B. So I have a little wrap up to this, but before we go to that, does anyone have, we covered a lot of ground, does anyone have any questions about these or any additions to make, any other things that you've noticed in reviewing nominations under criterion B? Hey, Greg.
Thanks so much. That was really informative. I appreciate the the training. One thing that I would add that I saw in my review for the Devers House is that for the evidence of success or position, sometimes one can be a little creative in that. And specifically, there was a caricature or political cartoon that featured Mr. Devers at the time, and I thought that was very well, a very well used and kind of non-traditional way of showing that evidence of success, because it was implied that people understood who this person was, because here he was being caricatured in a newspaper. So I don't know, I thought that was kind of a neat way, an additional resource for showing that evidence of success or position.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, that was really fun. And I appreciated the discussion at the October meeting about how that caricature really, not to make a pun, but illustrated how in the public consciousness, Devers was like, he was the guy associated with coffee and tea in Portland, which has become such a big industry here, that he was being caricatured in local publications, sitting out, making coffee. Yeah. Okay, well, we'll have some more time later too. Let's see. So just to bring everything together, sorry, Zoom's misbehaving. We talked about the required elements from Bulletin 32, talked about common pitfalls, and I wanted to leave you with kind of a practical checklist based on what we've talked about and also what's in the bulletin. So this is not meant to replace that full analysis, and I still recommend that you look up this bulletin online. But my hope is this can be kind of a diagnostic tool to just help spot any gaps when you're reviewing a B nomination and confirm, whether or not it's meeting that standard. So the first cluster of questions about the person. If the nomination can't establish significance clearly and convincingly, nothing else is going to hold. And we might even be looking at criterion A instead of B. So I typically start here, but just like I said earlier, these things don't need to follow a formulaic pattern in a nomination. They just all need to be there. So regarding the person, you want to ask yourself, the nominations clearly define the context in which the person is significant and demonstrated that that context is significant. You also want to check whether the person's distinct contributions have been described and their significance explained, so that someone who isn't an expert on that context or in that field or area, like our Park Service reviewers sometimes, and also all of us, we're not all experts in every field. It's part of the joy of being able to do this. We get to learn so much. So we need to have that context so that we can understand why those things matter. And then third, has the preparer compared the person and their contributions to their peers and thus differentiated them from them. With the person's significant established, we will shift to focus on the property. So is it clear that the property is associated with the productive life of the significant person? Does the preparer relate that person's significant contributions to the property itself? Which that's kind of the line right between a nomination, which is tied to this property, and then just a biography, which is still valuable, but not what we're doing with National Register. We want to have that biography, but it needs to be place-based. It needs to be tied to this property and tell us how this property reflects productive life. In line with that, does the nomination describe why this property is best or most representative place to convey the person's significance or an important aspect or period of that person's significance? And if it's the latter, is that defined? Is it clear that that particular aspect or period of the person's significance that this is representing is actually important? Because again, if you get too granular, that starts to raise the question, is this really eligible? Finally, like with any other nomination, you need to make sure that integrity has been analyzed, because even the strongest significance and association arguments can't meet that National Register threshold if the property no longer conveys that connection. So you ask yourself, does the property still look and feel like it did during the period of significance, which is that time it was associated with the significant person, not necessarily beginning with construction? And does it retain important features related to that person and their significant contributions, including interior features, which we should always be considering, but maybe especially with criterion B. So when you put all of these questions together, my hope is that you get a structured and concise way to do an initial check of criterion B nominations. And if the nomination can answer all of these convincingly, if it checks all the boxes, that's a good sign before you jump in and do your deeper review. And then if not, I hope this will help you kind of pinpoint where the gaps are, where you want to be asking questions, and guide feedback on what the preparer needs to do to strengthen their argument and help us send a nomination to the Park Service that's as strong as it can be. So we've covered a lot of ground in a short amount of time. And in the next 10-15 minutes, I would love to open the floor for discussion. I know it's a little harder on Zoom than in person. But I'd be really grateful if we could talk about maybe some of the criterion B nominations we've reviewed in the past year. I'll be looking to some of the veterans on the committee too, to talk about things that they've reviewed, and maybe what kinds of things have come up for you while reviewing, either tips or comments, things you've noticed those nominations do well, or questions you had while evaluating. And I have a couple too, if we need something to get us started. I'm going to stop sharing my screen right now so we can see each other better.
Thank you, Katie. That was very informative. I hope you're able to share that presentation with us so we can have that in our toolbox when we have our next upcoming criterion B nomination.
Yeah,
I agree. Those are always the hardest. I personally haven't seen very many of them. So just, the last couple that we've seen here, and you've been doing a great job of helping navigate this committee to nominate those or review them properly. Anyone else have thoughts on those? Steve?
Katie suggested we had kind of an informal discussion about the one I was going to be the lead for tomorrow. And she suggested I go to the bulletin. I happen to have a hard copy from years ago. And what I found most helpful in it was just going through the guidelines of the 11. And that helped answer a lot of my questions or anything, partly because the Le Guin House is a national um, significance, and so there's some tests you throw up there, and I also wound up visiting, and I don't want to preempt discussion tomorrow, but it did answer my questions once I looked at both the guidelines and had visited. It's a very small lot. I had this idea that, well, if it's national, maybe it had some potential to be a unit of the national park system, and I'd say no way. But the bridge would be a bottleneck, and it is a very small place, but highly significant. So it worked out, and I'm glad Katie presented, because this is like another synthesis of criterion B. And maybe we'll never have to go to I find D, because it's so wide open, the most difficult of all the criteria, because sometimes it gets confused with all kinds of things.
Matt?
Yeah, thanks, Katie. First off, really appreciate the training. What was really helpful for me was the differentiating between criterion B and the work of a master under criterion C. That was a little confusing to me in the past, so I think this really helped clarify how we make the difference between the work of the master and a property associated with a person. And the question that I had is a little bit different from that, but are there any special considerations or things to think about when you are looking at a property that might be associated with a non-living person, like a spiritual being?
That is a really great question. And I'm just to backtrack, I'm glad that the differentiation between B and C was helpful. Curry mentioned that one of the properties that we'll be reviewing in, I don't know, maybe a year from now under that Women's Labor History MPD is the house of Edith Yang. She was Oregon's first Chinese American architect. She designed her house and she met clients in her house. So that's a case where, the significant work was happening in the place. So that will come up again with that. Thanks also for asking about criterion B related to spiritual beings. This is something that we see sometimes in traditional cultural place nominations, which is something I think we also need to do a training on. I've never personally brought one of those through the process, but the National Park Service has released within, I think the last year, might have been at the tail end of 2024, additional guidance on listing traditional cultural properties. But that raises a great point, Matt, that criterion B does not necessarily need to be aligned with a person who we have a documented history of like being a living being. It can also be a spiritual being. I would say special considerations for that period of significance can be really tricky, right? Because you can't tie it to a specific date that somebody moved in to a property and then moved out. Oftentimes we see traditional cultural place nominations that are listed under criterion B begin with that time immemorial and carry through to the present because that association is ongoing. And I would add to that traditional cultural properties are kind of their own specific category. I think we should do a training on those too. Those are some of the only properties that the National Register allows a period of significance to carry through to the present because there is an ongoing, not just association, but ongoing relationship between a culture and the place.
Yeah, that'd be great. If we could when we do the TCP training, if we could incorporate maybe some of the spiritual being part of the B, would be really helpful for me. I think that'd be great. And lastly, to Steve's comment about criterion D, as an archaeologist, criterion D is open and shut for me and probably some of the other archaeologists on here. So it's interesting to see how our different lenses allow us to understand some of these criterions a little bit differently. So thanks for that comment, though, Steve.
Thanks, Matt.
Sarah.
Well, I was interested in that period of significance that you were just talking about, because that was a problem for me with the nomination that we're going to be discussing tomorrow. And so I visited the house too last night after dark. Just happened that way. But it's going to be used as a writer's residence by literary arts. Is that right? Or is that
I
the
believe
plan?
so. Yeah, we'll have someone from Literary Arts, I believe, joining us tomorrow to provide testimony too.
So I guess it wouldn't make a good park anyway, but it's a neat house.
It is. It's a neat house. It's a neat story too.
Yeah, very
And it
significant.
does, yeah, and it does raise a question about period of significance, right? Because when we're looking at places associated with people from our recent past, their association with that property might carry into that period 50 years before the present, in which case you need to apply criteria consideration G. And in some cases, the association carries really close to the present. So I think Krista Kaliquin passed away in 2016. I think I need to double check. So that nomination, we'll talk about this more tomorrow and deliberate it. It took an approach to the period of significance that was also used in the Jim Pepperhouse nomination and also in the Darcel 15 nomination. If any of you were here for that one, I think maybe Jackie, Heidi, and Steve. That's a drag venue in Portland, where at the time of listing, that one wasn't listed under criterion B, but it had the same kind of, partially because Darcel 15, who owned and performed there until she passed away, really, was still living at the time of the nomination. And that's a hard case to make. Criterion B, you generally cannot use for a living person because there hasn't been enough separation, and the National Park Service wants you to wait to be able to evaluate things through a lens that has been removed from the actual historical event or association. Both of those nominations take an approach to the period of significance where they end the period once significance had been achieved. So in the case of the Jim Pepperhouse nomination, he was associated with that house from the time he moved into it with his parents until his death. That wasn't his primary residence, but he was always coming back and forth to visit. His parents were very important to him. It's where he did some of his work. It's where he came when he was dying of cancer. It's where he passed away. He passed away in the 90s. Instead of carrying the period of significance through the entire association, that nomination looked at by what point has this person achieved significance. So when we're thinking about, is this a significant person? We're looking at, okay, at what point in their career did they attain significance? So for him, his kind of seminal album, Jim Pepper's Pow Wow, which was this demonstration of jazz rock fusion with indigenous music that he had learned from his parents. That album was released in the 70s, and that's really when he secured his place within the genre of jazz rock fusion and what we call world music at the time, I think. So that's why that period of significance ended before the association ended. So there's kind of two ways to
It
look at
seems
it.
like then that, I'm sorry, that the period where the significance ends is kind of an arbitrary firm date, whereas the period where it begins can be much more vague. I mean, in the case of the house we're talking about tomorrow, it's just when they acquired the house.
Yeah,
and
that's a good point.
Which is much more vague in a way. I mean, it's a hard and fast date because that's the date they purchased it. But as far as significance is concerned, you don't know when that was going to happen.
That's a really good point. Yeah, when did the significant work begin happening? That's something to think about too when we look at properties.
Thank you, though. That helps. It helps to know what it was, why it was arbitrary. I
Well,
mean,
that's
not
something
arbitrary, but why it was specific.
that's something to bring up in the discussion tomorrow too. You know, is that an appropriate end date?
Steve,
Thanks for
did
that
you have
question,
another
Sarah.
question?
I keep trying to get rid of that hand. It says that it will go away, but then it doesn't go away. So, no, I didn't really have a question there. But I don't want to short circuit tomorrow's conversation about the Le Guin house because I think there's
Thank you.
plenty of very interesting aspects to that nomination.
Well, the hand went away now.
It did. Good.
Okay. Yeah.
Good.
All right, Katie, you want to wrap it up for us?
That's all I have on criterion B. I'm really excited to evaluate a nomination under B tomorrow. I'm hoping that we'll have another one coming in for June so we can apply some of this information. This meeting right now is being recorded. It will be posted online and I will post the slides as usual. So I'll have those to refer back to.
Great. Thank you again. That was really informative. I think everybody's shaking their heads. Yes, great. So thank you. Okay, we have a couple minutes until 10. I do see our next presenter is here. If people want to take a 4-minute break, or are we good to keep going? 4-minute break, thumbs up. Good to keep going, thumbs down. Oh,
we can take a short
man.
break, then we can get
okay, now it's going to be
set up.
3.5 minutes. Can we take a 3.5 minute break? Okay, hurry back.
Hi, Becky.
Hello. Hi from
Thanks
Kentucky.
so much. Thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Are you able to share your screen?
Oh, yes, it does look like I have privileges. Let me see.
Okay.
Oh, no, it says I can request sharing.
Okay, I am allowing you to share. Thanks for requesting.
Ah. Hmm.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. It is 10 o'clock, so we're going to get started on item 3 of our agenda for today. It's the presentation from Becky Souls on reflections on listing the Marshall Pioneer Cemetery in the National Historic Places. It looks like that was accepted into the National Register in 2012. I believe that's like it. And you wrote that in my notes too, because Katie is so good. I didn't even have to look that up. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Becky Souls. She was the preparer of the nomination. And if you want to introduce yourself and share with us, obviously, the reflections of your process of doing the nomination and then how that has helped you continue on with the promotion and support of this historic cemetery.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be joining you from Kentucky today. So it's my privilege and my pleasure to have been invited by Katie to talk. And this is sort of a revised version of a program that I gave, I think, last summer to the Historic Cemetery Commission. And it was a great chance to sort of go back and think about some of the things over the years as my involvement with the cemetery has progressed and changed over the years. But I wanted to start with a little bit of context. I know you all have a lot of properties that are listed and might not be entirely familiar with the Marshfield Pioneer Cemetery. So just to give a little bit of context, the Marshfield Pioneer Cemetery is in Coos Bay, Oregon, on the Oregon coast. And it is really the oldest extant burying ground in the region. There are some older cemeteries and burying grounds, but not well preserved. They've had a lot of damage and really lost their integrity over the generations. And the Marshfield Pioneer Cemetery was used as the region's active burying ground from about 1888 until 1921. And since the 1940s, it's been nominally owned and operated and maintained by the city of Coos Bay. So it is a publicly owned cemetery and managed under the auspices of the Parks Commission today, so managed as a unit of the parks. Just for fun, this is a great 1910 map of the city of what was then Marshfield, showing the downtown area and the waterfront and the cemetery uphill. Always a good thing if you're creating a community that's on a bay and has a lot of infill and marshland. You do want to put your cemetery up on the hill. So the cemetery is located sort of overlooking Coos Bay, and we'll see some images later that give you a better sense of that. So my involvement in the cemetery started back in 2005, hard as that is to believe, about 20 years ago, when I was a student at the adjacent Marshfield High School. And the cemetery at the time was completely overgrown. Hard to actually know what was there underneath layers and layers of blackberries and invasive species and other things. But this began as a student project and then has obviously morphed and changed over the years. But from a very early on, my primary interest in the cemetery was as a place to tell American social history and microhistories, and also its importance as a historic preservation monument and landmark in Coos Bay that was not being well preserved or looked after. But obviously we had to sort of figure out what was there. So a lot of the initial years of work involved doing a lot of community work days, building a lot of rapport with community members, getting people out there to volunteer and remove truckloads of debris and invasives, just so we could see what was actually underneath everything. Was there enough historic integrity? Were there interesting monuments? Were there interesting stories to tell? In hindsight, it's a little naive, but going back and looking through my records, that very first fall, the fall of 2004, that I was involved with the cemetery, I wrote a letter to the editor of our local newspaper announcing the project, which was not meant to continue on for 20 years, and sharing some information about what I was looking for, hoping to connect with relatives. And right there, I said I was creating a database of people buried in the cemetery, something we still are working on today, collecting and organizing information, which still continues on, and trying to have the cemetery placed on the National Register of Historic Places. So this might be a case of not realizing what we were getting into, but right from the beginning, it was pretty clear to me that listing the cemetery would have a lot of benefits. And that primary benefit was that idea that this was an overlooked and neglected part of our local history, and listing it would give it that cachet, give it that name recognition that this was an important part of our history. It wasn't just a high school student saying, oh, we should care about this. It was something with national listing and importance. Now, I reached out to a lot of different people while I was working on the early years of this project and got a lot of lovely feedback from many people. And some of you who I'm sure know Stephen Dow Beckham, past member of the commission, might be slightly entertained by this excerpt from a letter that Stephen Dow Beckham wrote back to me, basically saying that he kind of didn't think that the cemetery necessarily had enough integrity with the changes that had happened over the years. And, you know, cemeteries, they're not really worth listing on the register anyway. So he wasn't unsupportive, but pointed out a lot of the pitfalls that I might have, that I should expect to see. But in hindsight, I think this letter is quite amusing to me. And he was very true that at the time that we started talking about this, there were not a lot of cemeteries in Oregon that had been listed on the National Register. So doing this would be somewhat of an uphill battle, and there would be a lot of work that needed to go into that. Which is a good thing, which is a good reminder that there's only so many hours in the day, and there's a lot of time required in researching and putting together a nomination. And in our case, doing a nomination, even though it was sort of on the to-do list right from 2005, it really got sidelined. There was other more pressing issues going back to doing the community work days, and reaching out and connecting with relatives and descendant communities, connecting with fellow high schoolers, working to minimize future vandalism and damage to the cemetery gravestones, just doing a lot of research and writing and inventorying gravestones, and all of those projects superseded the importance of writing a nomination, obviously a big undertaking. And it really got backburnered until 2012. So however many years, about 8 years after we started, finally circling back around. At the time, I had been taking a historic preservation class in college, and an opportunity came up to write a nomination as part of my class project. And this seemed like the perfect opportunity to finally get this done. And as that process got underway, I had a lot of really great support and a lot of really great feedback from many people, and some lessons that are by no means unusual or different than anything that you would hear from wonderful folks at Oregon Heritage, but just some thoughts that have come to me over the years and things that I keep in mind and things that were so very helpful when I was working on the nomination. And one of those really comes down, as Katie was already talking about, and talking about criterion B, that the comparison angle is so helpful, and not necessarily explicitly when you're writing your nomination, although you may want to point to that in certain cases, but just to get a sense of how your cemetery or your property fits with everything else. That going and visiting other cemeteries in your local area, in the region, in the state, that's so important and will give you so much better sense of how contextually your cemetery fits. I always remember one of the first visits that Sally Donovan, a well-known state historic preservation person and cemetery preservation person, when she came to visit us, maybe in about 2008, we wanted to talk to her about historic preservation needs and the cemetery in general, and she was stuck on the fact that we have all this curbing, and that's basically all she wanted to talk about. Oh, you have curbing and coping, and how exciting. And we're sort of sitting there scratching our heads and saying, is this really that important? And it turns out that yes, because so many cemeteries that were maintained into the mid-20th century, they pulled out all their curbing, whether it be marble or granite or concrete, to make it easier to mow. So the fact that you have a cemetery that retains its original late 19th and early 20th century curbing, a hassle to mow around, well, they weren't mowing in the cemetery in the 20th century, so it just got ignored and overlooked, and means that we have a really unique component that a lot of cemeteries are missing today. So unless you visit other cemeteries and see that, unless you have those conversations, you might not recognize some of the most important aspects of your property. Also, of course, it's so very helpful to read other nominations, both in the case of doing a cemetery, it's helpful to read other cemeteries, but then also historic districts. Now, I know Ian's not with us today in this meeting, but he was the National Register projects manager when I was working on the nomination and provided some really great feedback in helping me to develop it. And one of the things that was so a small thing, but it really made the light bulb go off in my head, this idea that cemeteries are, it's hard to write a nomination when you're thinking from the perspective of like a single building and how to fit a cemetery onto that form. But when you sort of broaden it and think about cemeteries as a historic district with multiple contributing elements and sort of all those different components and frame it in the same way you might write a historic district nomination, it starts to make a lot more sense. And that really helped me conceptualize how to write the nomination and how to think about cemeteries in a very different way. So I think that's always a useful tool. It can't be overstated, and I know that Heidi was giving Katie kudos for the great presentation that she already did, but you're really lucky here in Oregon to have the Oregon Heritage staff as a resource. And having now lived and worked in multiple states, I still really love how amazing all the SHPO staff are and how helpful they are and how user-friendly that they do such a great job of meeting with everyone wherever they are and helping them to get to improve nominations or work on whatever projects they're working on. So they're a wonderful resource that I think not enough people in Oregon probably know about and take advantage of, and such a great resource when you're working on a nomination. Of course, it's also really helpful to attend SACHP meetings if you're thinking about doing a nomination, as you all know, of course. But just the listening in on nominations, I always learn something if I tune into one of your meetings and I'm just hearing the discussion and the reflection on the process of listing. So something I always really recommend to people if they're thinking about listing a property, you know, it's never too early to start listening to meetings and getting a sense for how the process works. Another thing that sort of came up, and as you were talking about criterion B, it also seems quite relevant, that question of, you know, how do you list something? Do you just list it under criterion A? Do you list it under multiple ones? And it's such a lot of work in so many cases to prove multiple criterions. For a cemetery, you could certainly make a case that it's important under criterion A and C for both the sort of broad patterns in local history and the architectural elements of 19th century funerary gravestone art. But of course, then that's almost twice as much writing, twice as much sort of proving that criteria, and it may not really be worth the effort. So I think dialing in and figuring out what makes your cemetery or your property so important and so unique is worth doing. And in our case, we went back to that thing that really seemed like the core part of the cemetery, the idea that this was a community burying ground, the social history, the people buried there, not as important individuals, but as this community, a very diverse community, including people from 20 plus different countries, very different demographics. All of them are what makes the cemetery important. And there are beautiful, outstanding gravestones and other key features, but those weren't important enough on their own right to justify trying to write a nomination that covered multiple criteria. And the last thing I think is a good lesson for many of us in all we do, the idea that it's more important to get a nomination done and submitted than to have something perfect. And now, 13 years after having written the nomination, there's a few things that if, you know, we've learned more about the Marshfield Cemetery, we've refined our knowledge, there's things in the nomination, heaven forbid, that are, you know, maybe not quite as correct as they should be, but it was more important to get that nomination completed, submitted, listed, than to continue to gather information, write the perfect history of the cemetery, have every I dotted and T crossed, and maybe never get that done. So for us, I think, you know, you got to get it done. And you don't want to have wrong information out there, but you could wait forever to have the perfect package of materials. So we did get it done after, you know, about 8 years after we started working on it, or made the commitment to do it. And as one should, we had a party in 2012 when we listed it. And it was a great opportunity to sort of shift phases on our preservation work and our work with the cemetery and start to connect increasingly with different communities of people. Now that had happened from the beginning, but this listing party was another opportunity to connect with descendants. And I really think it started to show them how much we valued their local history and their family stories, and it gave this validation to the idea that the cemetery where their ancestors and relatives were buried was important enough to be listed under local significance on the National Register. And it really helped us connect with them and establish new and different relationships. And people have continued to come out of the woodwork and be amazing resources as work has continued on at the cemetery. So just sort of as an interesting note on that topic, when we started working on the nomination and working with the cemetery, there was 2 photos that we could identify taken in the cemetery. And they were both taken at the same event. They're just different assortments of this crowd. Taken in 1926 at a Grand Army of the Republic encampment that happened in Coos Bay. They're sitting behind them is the cemetery's 1915 Veterans Monument. So that was it. We didn't have any other photos of the cemetery, not a lot of gathered documentation, resources. There was a lot of digging in primary sources, looking for things, reading newspapers, all of that going into accrue the information for the nomination, because for so many years, people had really overlooked this as a part of our local history. But now, long after the nomination is done, after we've continued to build connections and relationships with relatives, it's amazing the photos that are out there and the resources that people have shared. I love this one. It's taken in 1916 at the funeral of Albert Wicklund when he was buried in the cemetery. So we can see in the background some of the gravestones. We can see that curbing that makes the Marshfield Pioneer Cemetery relatively unique. But all these great pictures have been shared with us over the years by descendants, whether they're photos of their relatives, like portraits when they were alive, photos in the cemetery, even an occasional post-mortem photo. So some really cool resources that are out there still in private hands, and things that having the cemetery listed, being very public about our efforts to recognize this history, really helped to draw those people out and help them reach out to us. So after listing, we did some other projects that involved putting up this lovely entrance kiosk. We sort of have 2 interpretive panels on either side of the cemetery. And as one should, we're very proud of having listed the cemetery. So we have our bronze plaque up where everyone can see it and recognize that the cemetery is listed and important to our community. So I want to now sort of maybe switch gears a little bit and sort of talk about why we chose to list the cemetery, the benefits that we thought we were going to get, and then a really unintended benefit that has in many ways been the most important thing and the most transformative thing that could have happened for us. So to begin with, as I've been mostly talking about, it was all about raising awareness about the cemetery and ensuring that it got the historical recognition and protection that it deserved. So the city of Coos Bay has a lot more sort of, there's a lot more people keeping an eye on the cemetery and a lot more reason for the city to care about the cemetery now that it's listed, that people are aware of it, that it's in relatively good shape, and that it's less likely to end up the way it was back in 2005 with, waist-high blackberries and completely overgrown and neglected. So it was really, for us, the primary purpose and the original reason we wanted to list it was all about awareness. The second reason that sort of became more important as we started to compile information was really about chronicling the cemetery's history in writing. So I've mentioned that, we wanted to get it done. That was so important. But it was really the nomination forced us to collate years of research into a comprehensive document that is readable and accessible and has a lot of great information. One of the late additions to our nomination was including sort of an index of key people. We didn't nominate it under criterion B, but we wanted to point out sort of a cross-section of people buried there. So a whole section of little short biographies. And that's been the gift that keeps on giving, that those biographies have been so useful for other projects as well, whether it's connecting with high school students and having them go off and do research on these people, or other little things that we've done with them. So it was really, that was a great reason to list and has continued to be a useful tool to have that all in one place. Third one was not something that I really saw coming and did not at all at the beginning seem like a compelling reason to nominate and list the cemetery. And that has been to make the cemetery competitive in seeking grants and outside funding. So the city of Coos Bay provides nominal maintenance, so they mow it a couple times a year. They oversee the property. They'll fix, if there's a problem with the chain link fence or things like that, they'll fix it. But there is no budget really for capital improvements or other major things with the cemetery. It gets no support. So any projects have to be tackled through outside funding or grants. And the first grant that we tackled after we listed the cemetery was through Travel Oregon. It was important to us that we look to forestall future vandalism or any neglect of the cemetery through lack of awareness. So we got a grant through Travel Oregon, who are wonderful partners, to put up educational signage, infographics. And honestly, in many cases, the infographics were the content developed for the nomination, just resynthesized into a less academic form and turned into infographics. So we have these really fun infographic panels at the cemetery, and this is on the opposite side of the entrance from where we have our listing plaque. But this was all very much a preliminary stage to a major project that we knew we would have to undertake at some point. And that is a preservation initiative that we call Partners to Preserve Our Pioneer Cemetery. And that started in 2022. So we're now 4 years into a project that is about a $90,000 historic preservation initiative to repair somewhere in the vicinity of about 400 gravestones in the cemetery. And we are 290 gravestones into the project. So obviously funding a $90,000 historic preservation project when the city is not going to be able to provide any funding is a major operation. And it's been pretty interesting to me to go back and pull the numbers and look at where our funding has come from. So this is, we've done the project in phases, and we are currently in phase 4, and that work will be wrapping up by the end of April of this year. And then we'll probably have a phase 4.5 or a phase 5 to catch a few last stragglers, gravestones that got overlooked, and then we should be very close to being done. But funding for phases 1 through 4, we still have about 1% of funding to raise. We need about $1,000 to finish the project. But you can see that a big percentage of our project has come from grant funding. So Oregon Historic Cemetery Grant, 2 Certified Local Government Historic Preservation Grants, 2 Preserving Oregon grants, a number of grants from other outside institutions and nonprofits, money from, and then money from private donations. It's worth pointing out that those private donations are generally not large-scale $1,000 donations from individuals. They're the $5, $10, $50, mostly from that descendant community who is impressed with the work we've done, glad to support this investment in their relatives' heritage, and want to contribute however they're able, which is often in a small amount. So this makes it clear we have a diverse source of funding. But without breaking it down differently, it's maybe hard to see how our National Register listing had an impact. So if we look at whoops, too far. If we look at a different version of this, we see that about 58% of our grants that we've received, including both CLG grants and both Preserving Oregon grants, are only open to us because we are listed on the National Register. So that for us has been transformative. We would not be able to have done this project without those sources of funding. It's also worth pointing out a little bit that cemeteries are kind of still the redheaded stepchildren of historic preservation, and people don't always think of them in the same vein that you might think of, oh, putting a roof on a historic building or putting new siding or replacing windows. And there's a continual education process, I think, that goes along with this. Early on, we had reached out to a nonprofit, the Kinsman Foundation, that does a lot of historic preservation work in Oregon, and was suggested as a really great potential partner. And they said no, they're not interested in historic preservation in cemeteries, only in buildings. So we moved on and looked at other options. But it was also interesting that when they were reviewing applications for Preserving Oregon, there was some discussion about, why were we as a cemetery applying for a Preserving Oregon grant, and wouldn't the Oregon Historic Cemeteries grant program be a better fit or the only fit? But of course, since Preserving Oregon properties have to be listed on the National Register, we are completely eligible to apply for that and have greatly benefited from their focus on public property and educational sites with an educational component, and have have gotten more funding from Preserving Oregon grants than we did from historic cemeteries. So it's been interesting for us to look in different locations for funding and think about what grants are better fits for us. And maybe in many cases, they haven't been what historic cemeteries in Oregon would traditionally look for, but because of our focus on educational programming, because of our public ownership by the city of Coos Bay, and because of our National Register listing status, we have a lot of opportunities to make this partners preservation initiative work. So I don't want to take too much of more of your time. I want to leave a little bit of time for questions at the end, but I just want to wrap up with this great view of what the cemetery looks like quite recently. This is a new-ish photo. And you might notice that there's a lot of really white gravestones in there. And if you know anything about historic preservation of cemeteries, you might be beginning to wonder, are they a little too free with the headstone cleaning and maybe using bleach to clean headstones? A big no-no. But no, our gravestones look like that because a lot of the ones that were damaged or toppled or over the years were planted in sand, so near their base, so that they didn't get lost or stolen or other things. So, and over the years, they whitened. So most of the recently repaired and preserved gravestones have that much whiter cast and will, of course, weather back to a more sort of gray marble tone over the years. But this is a really great way of seeing. You can see in this image, there's maybe 10, 15, 20 monuments that are clearly recently restored. So it gives you a sense of how our preservation efforts have really helped to restore the integrity of what the historic landscape would have looked like, how you would have seen all those upright monuments, and how a 19th century cemetery in rural Oregon looks a lot differently than the 20th and 21st century lawn cemeteries that we're so familiar with. The last thing I want to say on the topic of listing the cemetery is the sense or the importance that we have as historic preservation professionals and as volunteers associated with specific properties in using our knowledge and our skills to help further other goals. And by this, I mean the idea that listing the cemetery and talking about it and helping to assuage people's concerns about what that means. There's still a lot of myths and misconceptions that are out there floating around about, with historic buildings. Oh, you can't modernize, you can't change things. Even if the National Register has no regulatory oversight, people still think that it does and get really concerned and worried about what that might mean. And sometimes that is a little bit short-sighted, and it means that we don't always take advantage of things that we should. And for us, listing the cemetery has had no downsides, and we're always happy to chat and talk with people about that, and hopefully that plays a role in furthering the listing of other properties in the Coos Bay region, like potentially the Marshfield High School or other areas locally that should be considering that. And sometimes it helps to talk it through with people who have went through that process. So I think that's been an unintended reason for us to keep talking about what we've done, to help share that knowledge and help be good stewards of this property, but also be good advocates for historic preservation in Oregon. And with that, I know we only have a few minutes left, but I want to make sure that I leave time if anyone has questions. You're welcome to reach out to me later as well, but happy to take any questions or chat more about, my experiences with this process.
Becky, I commend you. This is amazing little lifetime project for you, starting as a 9th grader through professional career. A couple of us were fortunate enough to tour this when we had a meeting down in Coos Bay, and I can't remember when it was, a number of years ago. And yeah, the excitement that went from the volunteer who walked us through the cemetery, I mean, it was just a true testament of a community project. So thank you for getting that started. Oops. And then carrying it through. So it's really exciting to see. And I love especially hearing how the different funding resources have come into play. That's always helpful when we're trying to promote listing places on National Register. So thank you for that too. Sarah?
I was looking at that your document, the register nomination form last night, and I just found it fascinating. I loved all the stories. I never really thought of Coos Bay as being as international as the biographies show that it is. I just loved it. I think it was, to me, that was like the beginning to a whole bunch of history that is maybe yet to be developed. As you were saying, that more things have surfaced, and I wondered if, I don't know, just with the high school right across the street like that, it seems sort of discordant in a way, these people beginning their lives across the street and constantly overlooking those who have long departed. And yet it seems as though there could be some real, I think that some great projects that could be done with the high school. And I agree with you. I think it should be listed. So I think we did a preliminary kind of eligibility thing for that high school, but
So it's worth me pointing out that my mother is very much my partner in crime. She would have been the person who gave the SACHP the tour when you were down there a couple of years ago. And she spends a lot of her time working with high school students. They do a lot of really exciting projects just to connect them to the cemetery. Cemetery actually came first. They sold the property, excess property that they owned to the school district in 1909. So cemetery, should be treated with respect because they were there first. Most recently, Lunar New Year just started this week. And so my mother worked with the art classes at the high school to do some Lunar New Year artwork that is now hanging on the fence of the cemetery and connects with, there were some Chinese people who were immigrants to the region who are buried in the cemetery, and many of them were then disinterred and sent back to China. But just anytime we can make those connections to local history and the cemetery and this high school, it's such a transformative experience for the students.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you for
Greg?
doing it.
Yeah, thank you, Becky. I really enjoyed your presentation and looking through your nomination here. A week or so ago, I did end up going down the rabbit hole, looking up more information about some of the people buried there. So I think that's exactly what you want to happen. My question, very quickly, knowing we're almost out of time here, is what was your initial connection to historic preservation? Maybe just briefly. I was really impressed by that ninth grade message that you sent. I'm just curious just to share with us maybe what was that initial connection to historic preservation?
I don't actually know where it began, but I'm one of those people who has always known what they want to do with their life. So I've always been interested in historic preservation and museums and American history. So that the cemetery became my project because I needed something to entertain me in my ninth grade history class. So my teacher sort of sent me out of the class with an independent study project to keep me busy and out of trouble. So that's how it started. But it's still what I continue to do today. My background picture is where I work today, managing a historic site that has 34 buildings and working with the collections there. So
Excellent. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, we are on time, so really appreciate it. Round of applause, Becky. Thank you so much for starting that project and continuing to be involved in it, and you're presenting to us today. This is a really special treat, so thank you for spending your time with us. Okay, well, now we are on to looks like we have a 15-minute break. Oh, guys, it's going to be a 13-minute break. Can you handle it? Okay. 13-minute break. We will reconvene at 10:45 to review our nominations. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for those of you in the audience being patient with us as we took a little break. And welcome to all of our committee members for coming back. Thank you. It is now 10:45, so we know reconvene our meeting of Thursday, February 19th, the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation. At this time, we are at item 5 on our agenda, review of properties proposed for listing in the National Register of the Historic Places. And read an opening statement for, no, if both applicants are here, but we'll find that out. All right. The National Register of Historic Places is the nation's official list of districts, sites, buildings, structures, and objects significant in American history, architecture, archaeology, and culture. The records are maintained in Washington, D.C. by the National Park Service under the authority of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966. Over 2,100 properties located in all 36 counties of Oregon are listed in the National Register. Oregon listings presently include over 150 historic districts. In order to qualify for listing in the National Register, a property must possess and retain its historic appearance and be historically important to state, local, or national level. A property's historic importance is determined through one of 4 criteria identified by the National Park Service. Those criteria are A, associations with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history. Criterion B, association with a preeminent individual. Criteria C, displaying distinctive characteristics of type, period, method of construction, or work of the master. And criterion D, potential to yield important information on prehistory or history. The review process is limited to the consideration of these criteria and whether or not the document is technically complete and correct. When the committee determines that a nomination is eligible for listing, it recommends that the State Historic Preservation Officer sign the nomination and forward it to the keeper of the National Register in Washington, D.C. for review and listing. Nominations not meeting the listing criteria are either tabled to allow the applicant the opportunity to revise the nomination or not recommended for listing. Excuse me. We will now turn it over to staff to announce the nomination and give a brief presentation on the first of our 2 nominations.
Right.
Over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Sleva. The committee will now review the proposed National Register of Historic Places nomination for the LeGrand Carnegie Library in Union County. The LeGrand Carnegie Library is located at the north end of a long, narrow block near downtown LeGrand, fronting Penn Avenue. And the nominated property in this case is just the tax lot, which is the historic boundary dating to the time of the building's construction. The library is the only built resource on this property. The building was constructed in 1913, and it was one of about 1,700 Carnegie libraries that were built in the US, 31 of which were built in Oregon. Like most other Carnegie libraries we see in Oregon, the building is designed in the classical revival style, which is often associated with civic and educational buildings. The library retains character-defining features of the style, including a low-pitched hipped roof, brick construction, a symmetrical facade, and a pedimented entrance without elaborate surround. At the exterior, the most significant alteration we see is the replacement of the original central main entrance stairway with this double stairway. That happened sometime before 1970, which is right around the period of significance. There's a good chance that alteration happened within the period of significance. And another change to the exterior is the replacement of the entrance doors with fully glazed metal doors, as we saw in this photo. The interior of the building is interesting. It's based on the parameters for Carnegie libraries that were set by the Carnegie Library program. The floor plan is a variation on the Carnegie Corporation's Plan A, which I'm showing here, which is a rectangular plan with a central exterior staircase leading up to a vestibule with a set of stairs to the main floor circulation area with reading rooms on either side of the circulation area, and then educational and functional spaces in the basement. The interior of the building has experienced more extensive alterations, including repeated replacement of the original circulation desk and replacement of original lighting and flooring material, as well as some structural changes too. There were a few different attempts to structurally strengthen the library to accommodate the weight of the bookshelves on the basement and to strengthen the roof because of heavy snow loads. This floor plan here, I've highlighted some of the areas that have experienced some of the most changes since the end of the period of significance. Really, a lot of these are just focused around that circulation desk area, which, as you see in this photo, is now a partially enclosed gift shop. The inner vestibule doors have been removed and they're actually being used in the gift shop, so you can see them open here. And the walls around the lunchroom at the corner of the former librarian's office, see in the upper right of this floor plan, have been removed, making that more of an open space. The nomination argues that even with these changes, the building retains sufficient integrity to communicate its significant association with the Carnegie Library program. The building is in its original location, and the setting is still largely characterized by contemporary early 20th century residences. And with regard to workmanship, materials, and design, the building retains a lot of its character-defining features, including that brick construction, wood sash windows, that elaborate entrance surround, the entrance foyer opening up to the large space that originally held the stacks, that fireplace, and a lot of the interior woodwork and trim you can see is still there. So these features and the overall design of the building, the nomination argues, enable it to still convey the feeling and historic character of an early 20th century Carnegie Library, serving a small Eastern Oregon community like La Grande. With regard to significance, the nomination argues that the building meets the National Register threshold for significance at the local level under criterion A in the areas of education and politics/government, as it was an important community resource that supported public schools in assisting with their mission of educating children. And it also supported local adults in self-education, both in the form of books that they could check out and also in educational lectures. The library was a source of community pride, and for a time in the 1920s, the nomination tells us it had the 5th highest circulation of any public library in Oregon. The nomination also argues that the building is significant at the local level under criterion C in the area of architecture, as an excellent example of classical revival architecture in La Grande that retains integrity and represents the Carnegie Library program's architectural typology, like we saw in that standardized floor plan, and also standardized classical designs and an efficient interior layout that echoes one of those standardized plans. The period of significance under criterion C is just 1913, the date of construction, which is typical for criterion C nominations. And the period of significance under criterion A is 1913 construction to 1969. It was in this year that an engineer's report for the building warned that it was structurally deficient and that additional books could no longer be required. So the nomination argues that 1969 kind of represents the peak of the library. From that point on, conversations about the library were primarily with an eye to replacing it with a new modern facility to serve the growing community, which ultimately happened in 2005. Today, the building is used as an art center. Transitioning to our discussion today, some things to just consider are: does the nomination make the case for significance under criterion A in the areas of education and politics/government? Does the nomination make the case for significance under criterion C in the area of architecture? Is the period of significance appropriate? And does the building retain sufficient integrity to communicate its significance? I'd like to note that this property is located within a certified local government, and we did receive the La Grande Historic Landmarks Advisory Committee's recommendation supporting the nomination, and that was shared with the SACHP members ahead of this meeting. I also want to note that this nomination was funded by a certified local government grant. Now, does the committee, I'm sorry, have any questions for me or for other staff before we welcome testimony from the preparer who's here with us today and also a representative of the City of LeGrand, who are the owners of this property?
Are there any questions of Katie? Okay. Hearing none. Thank you, Katie. Do any committee members have any, see, I'm so used to saying it the other way, conflicts of interests or biases to declare? I will just say that I have had, I think it was a CLG meeting, Curry, that we had in this building more than a handful of years ago. Right? Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, quite a while ago. I have been in this building, and so that gives me a nice ability to evaluate it from a user standpoint too, but I don't think that's a conflict of interest. Okay, all right, hearing no others. Now we will call for public testimony. We have the preparer here, combining that word with her name. And if you can state your name for the record, your position, and then feel free to present what you would like to on behalf of this nomination.
Good morning, Chair and committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Kara Brunzell. I am the principal of Brunzell Historical, a historic consulting firm. I am professionally qualified under the Secretary's standards as an architectural historian and as a historian. And I just want to say a few words. Honestly, I could talk for an hour about this building. It was so exciting to work on this project because, I think you can see the iconic Carnegie Library architecture, without me over explaining it. It's very manifest. It is a classic example of the small Carnegie Library, which if you're familiar with the type, you can notice them when you're walking through a community, even if it's been repurposed for something else. They're very recognizable. And it's really interesting the way they are still all different. The architectural styles and materials can be really different. And this one is, while it's similar to the Carnegie Library and Enterprise, it is still unique and simultaneously an iconic representative of the program. But what's really exciting about this building to me is the way that it fits within nested historical contexts. It's so important to the history of LeGrand. The community really came together to make this happen, and it was part of this progressive ferment in the early 20th century where rural communities were really trying to raise themselves up, educate themselves, and push their communities forward. There was a lot of leadership from women's clubs, but also from the business community. And I just wanted to point out that this building was constructed within a 3-year period. There was also a new high school and a YMCA funded by this community. So they were taking self-improvement and education extremely seriously. And of course, this was an era where you couldn't just go buy a paperback for, $2 at a used bookstore. So it was really significant when it opened. And then it also fits into the, the whole history of Eastern Oregon. It is one of 9 Carnegie libraries that were developed between 1907 and 1915, just in Eastern Oregon. And of course, there are 31 total in Oregon. So it fits within the, local, regional, and national context. And I also just want to say a couple words about its ongoing history, which was so fascinating because, this was a small town when the library was developed. And then, roughly 15, 20 years later, the normal school opened and the Grand became, a university town. And it continued to grow, and the use of the library continued to grow, and the community and the librarians worked so hard to maintain its function, even as the number of people using it got higher and higher over time, and the way people used it changed. And at one point, the librarians themselves moved the children's area to the basement. Someone painted that mural that's still there at some point to make that a real children's area, which had been like a club room for the women's club. So they were really able to expand the service area without, altering the building or changing the footprint. And a lot of things like that happened throughout the history of the building, and it really maintained its relevance over the years. So those are just a couple highlights, and I am available to answer any questions you have about the building or the nomination.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kara. Are there any questions for Kara? Prepare of the nomination. Okay, some might come up as we continue on. Next, I can turn it over to Michael. Michael, did you have Michael Boquist with the City of LeGrand? Did you have anything you'd like to add into as the property owner?
Oh, thanks, Heidi. No, I don't have anything to add. I'd kind of defer to Kara on the expertise of the building, but if you had any questions about the current occupant or the city's intentions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Are there any questions for Michael? Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for being here, for both of you being here to help present this nomination to us. Katie, are there any, or Kim, are there any other people in the audience who have signed up to provide any testimony in support or opposition to this nomination?
No, thank you for asking.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm going to turn it over to Sarah, who was our lead reviewer. For Kara and Michael, we usually assign one of our committee members to kind of lead our review so that, as you know, these nominations are quite lengthy. So one person gets the designated to really dive deeper than the rest of us when we're reviewing and analyzing these nominations. So Sarah, I'm going to turn it over to you for your initial thoughts and comments to get our discussion going.
Thank you. I thought it was an excellent nomination application and very much in line with, as Katie pointed out, there was a similar nomination for the City of Enterprise, also Carnegie Library, and I feel that that building, which was about half or a third the size of this building, the Grand nomination was, I mean, it's very similar to that in terms of its history. Although this building is now being used by an arts organization, which is also a terrific use. And I felt like that I didn't have any concerns about the integrity and the description, the facts, the sources I have, and the technical. I had a few little comments that I've put down in my comments that I'll submit to Katie, and the supporting materials were terrific. And I just wanted to talk a little tiny bit about the significance, which I think is great under education. criterion A in the area of education. And there was this quote I found online, and I just want to read you a little tiny bit because I feel like it really underlines the importance of these Carnegie libraries and how different they were to what had preceded. I mean, the fact that most communities didn't have any libraries at all. Carnegie's interest was to make library facilities available to the public free of charge, promoting self-directed individual development. With this new approach, he redirected the course of American library design and the nature of library use. With the new Carnegie libraries, the public library system evolved from traditional closed stacks policies to an open shelf library, free access to books. People could choose for themselves what books they wanted to read. This new library idea also included ideas such as introducing services for children, cooperation with schools, branch libraries, traveling libraries, and library advertising. And this philosophy on public library design asks for a new typology, a new organization of spaces. And I think you brought out several of these points under the significance under criterion A for education in the area of education. But I think that the fact that they were open stacks and included children was kind of new for many communities, and it's very significant and really heightens the significance of this. The criterion A also was the nomination included the area of government and politics, and you made that point too in talking about how the library served community hubs, encouraged civic development and participation. It was a social hub that hosted club meetings and events. The building itself, you indicated, reflects values in the City Beautiful movement, contemporary at that time. And the Carnegie Library promoted public access to information, fostering an informed citizenry. There was just one thought I had about kind of taking that a step further. And that is that I feel like those are ways in which the library can support its community of patrons. But I think there was an additional purpose by the Carnegie libraries too, where they were trying to encourage the democratic ideals, and they were trying to, I think, encourage citizens to be participating in their government. And I feel like that's just one step a little bit further, which I would like to see that in nominations. I think that the nomination is adequate as it is. It's just one other way I think that the library is significant in terms of the criterion A in the area of politics and government. Under criterion C for architecture, I thought that the nomination was certainly adequate in describing this classical revival building, character defining features. And I felt like that the nomination certainly satisfied those, made the case for the building satisfying those criteria. So thank you very much for submitting this. And I think that's the extent of my comments, the oral ones. As I say, I have a few technical ones that I'll send to Katie. They're just revisions.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, thank you. Do any other commissioners, committee members have any concerns, items they'd like to discuss, or kudos or anything they'd like to bring up about this nomination? Steve?
Oh, yes. I did have a question for Kara, because this was raised in a number of communities in Oregon, but also throughout the West, was, that Carnegie, despite being very successful with aligning the library program and his number of foundations with progressive thought, there were people that would say, oh, what about Homestead and the Pinkertons? And that was something raised more than once in early 20th century Oregon. Was there any anything public about that, shall we say, dissonance?
Well, okay, I don't want to get into a oral defense of a dissertation here. So if you have to cut me off, just mute my mic. But I think we need to, but the short answer is no, not that I saw. I probably read, or looked at least 200 newspaper articles. I really get into the primary sources and go through stuff. There was no public written down controversy about accepting this money. It was all, because the city couldn't do this on their own. And it wasn't just, this wasn't just women doing this for children. This was business leaders pushing this for the business development. It was a whole, the city council, the whole community wanted this to happen. But I do want to point out that the progressive movement of the early 20th century was not the ideals of that movement were not really the same as what we think of as progressivism today. It was more of a, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and this is a, a way to assist the individual with helping himself, not really, and rural self-improvement, self-education, all of that, to give the poor an opportunity to, move up in class and, participate successfully in economic and civic life. So, yeah, there was nothing public about that. And I don't know, if there would have been then, because I don't know. I mean, yes, when we look back, we can see that it was a complicated person who was behind this, and he was, he wasn't a saint who only did things for the public good. But I didn't see any evidence that that caused controversy at the time. But it's a very interesting thing to think about. But it's one of the many cases where we're limited by the fact that history is what people wrote down and saved. It's not what happened. It's just the things we can find a record for. So,
Right. Well, and like newspapers in small towns, you have to be careful about what appears, and it's still true today. So,
yeah, and they were, they were very boosterish in the day, and they didn't, they didn't necessarily publish things like, for instance, I've seen newspaper stories in California where someone came back from being in prison, and they said, oh, so and so came back from his stay in San Quentin, his stay in Marin. He was at San Quentin. I figured that out, but it's not, so they didn't say everything as plainly as we might today, and that didn't come up in anything I saw. So,
yeah, no, and to kind of separate that from the library program, I grew up in places like Albany, and so they have a lovely Carnegie Library there that's still serving the same function as the day it opened.
But the Carnegie, I guess what I would say, like, from our perspective today, it was an elitist program. It was one rich man imposing his view of what a library should be. And there were, as Sarah Monroe pointed out, there were, these innovations like, access for children and public stacks that were very, progressive in the modern sense of the word. But there were also, it was his way or the highway, and you had to be able to fund it locally. And you had to, like, the whole raised basement thing, it kind of is dysfunctional for modern purposes because we would like a library to be accessible to people with different abilities and for people in wheelchairs to use the library or people using walkers. I don't have a specific source to cite, but it appears that Carnegie and his program wanted people to have to walk up those stairs to get the books. So they didn't want it to be, it wasn't supposed to be a frictionless, we're going to give this to you. It was something you kind of had to earn. And the City Beautiful thing too is also very, it's a very elitist idea that we're going to set things up for the public that are in the style of what the rich would have, and this will morally improve the poor. So, it's a very complicated legacy. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kara. We're gonna move things along here. Any other questions of the applicant or discussion on the nomination itself? I know from my standpoint, I think that overall the building holds incredible level of integrity as far as its design, craftsmanship, only modification of the doors on the building itself. I struggle with the front stairs being so significantly different. I know stairs and access tend to change over time, but having them being in such a drastically different architectural style, they're very much the Art Deco style versus the colonial classic revival of the building itself. And then the only other part was I always like to see a visual comparative analysis, especially when we're trying to, relate that this is under Area C, or at least some graphic images of, we got the floor plans in there, and I didn't know if Carnegie, well, I think you actually addressed that the outside can be designed however the local districts decide it wants to be. So I didn't know if there were any historic images of what Carnegie had envisioned what it would look like on the outside, if we could have included anything like that.
Well, yeah, he really their program did not include anything about the exterior except that it should be, the dimensions, which I think I talked about in some length. They wanted the basement excavated to a certain level. They wanted 9 or 10-foot ceilings in the basement, I believe, and then 15-foot on the main floor with the windows up high. So but all that stuff was basically about layout and function, but the exterior, they left it to, they said it should be dignified in appearance. And it's really interesting to me because I've worked on a lot of US post offices, and it's the same thing with the Postal Service, where it's a very prescribed program, but, a wild allowance for what you can do with the exterior, as long as you hit your marks for function. And as far as I can tell, from all the documentary evidence I've seen, there was no guidance for the exterior except that it be dignified. And you do see, they even within Oregon, there are some very ornate examples compared to these. The larger cities have different styles, more ornate. Some of them are not so symmetrical even. And then, in other states you see, I've seen some like Mission styles, Carnegie libraries that had stucco exteriors and the, shaped parapets in other states. So
I would just
there was
suggest
really a lot of, yeah.
I would just suggest that maybe we get some visual examples for the comparative section.
Could you say what you mean? Like, because we have a lot of old photos of the building. So what do you mean by visual examples?
There's a section for comparative analysis, especially when we're talking about criteria C. And so, even if it's just including the Carnegie Library in enterprise, or some of the other local districts, or counties.
Okay, so you want to see examples of other libraries.
Yeah, to see how this is unique, how this is special in its own right.
And are you looking for historic photos of other libraries or current photos of other libraries?
Well, historic are always preferred, but I think for the comparative analysis, Katie and Curry, correct me if I'm wrong, current photos are just fine. Greg, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you. I have a few minor observations and comments I would like to share. I did really enjoy reading through this nomination form, and having grown up in a small town in the Midwest that had a Carnegie Library, it looks surprisingly similar to that one. First off, I noticed that there's some of the minor resources that might need some more. We might need some more information. The narrative mentions a wood bench on page 4, the PVC drain pipes, lawns and mature trees on page 3, the wheelchair lift on page 6, but it doesn't really identify their status. So I know both the contributing and non-contributing resources need to be described in the narrative, and if they're non-contributing, that there needs to be just a brief explanation provided. So I would suggest maybe addressing those, and then maybe also adding those to figure 4, the site plan on page 25. There seemed to be well, the fireplaces, reference to the fireplaces jumped out to me as well. There seems to be maybe a small discrepancy. In the summary paragraph, it says that the original finishes include the brick fireplaces on pages 3 and 5, implying the high integrity. But the alterations section over on page 6 reveals that they were reinforced with concrete and rebar in 1982. And so I just suggest that maybe the integrity of materials section could be updated to clarify if that original brick is still visible, or if that reinforcement work in 1982 significantly altered their historic appearance. Also, kind of building on with the earlier comments there about the photos, I would like to see I'd recommend a little bit more information in section 8 that compares the building to the other 30 Carnegie libraries in Oregon. There's a mention of the 30, including the one in Enterprise on page 12, but maybe more of a comparison. How does LeGrand's compare more specifically? Also, I really enjoy the narrative history component. It does seem that there's a bit of a gap. It seemed the narrative on page 13 jumps from 1931 and then to the 1950s. So I'm curious about the 1940s World War II era. Is there information that that could be added there, or if there's not, why might that be? Just so the narrative makes clear the connection between the property and its entire period of significance. Also, it might be nice to add some additional detailed visual evidence, specifically like a close-up photo of that substantial crack that's listed on the west facade, and also the sandblasting damage that is referenced. I couldn't make those out in the existing photos, and so those would just help us better understand those components. Also, a few little, even more minor items that I will share with Katie. But thank you.
Great. Thanks, Greg. Let's go to Jackie.
Hi, I just wanted to say that was, as a Carnegie Library, it's a very recognizable building, and we recognize it in many small towns that I visited. And we have one here in the Dalles that's very similar in style with the central staircase, the basement, and it has also become an art center. So I really did see that connection. And it seemed like despite the changes that occurred to the building over the years, it seemed like at a certain time period, there was a lot of care taken in doing the alterations and adaptations for reuse that addressed like the structural issues, and while still trying to maintain a lot of the character defining features, the plaster walls and the windows. And other than that, mostly just some little, and I would agree with both Heidi and Greg that a few comparisons would also be helpful, since the style of architecture is so recognizable, and to see it in different towns as, you know, as these libraries in Oregon appear in different areas would be very helpful. And also in some of the descriptions of changes or alterations, it would be helpful to make sure there's a photo citation and maybe even a reference in the photo caption, like having the that new interior beam support. I could see it in the photo, but just having a confirmation that that's what was happening in that photo would be helpful. Otherwise, a very good, thorough documentation, good nomination.
Agreed. Thank you, Jackie. Are there any other committee members wishing to say anything? Otherwise, we can turn it back over to Sarah for a motion.
I just want to confirm then, that you want a motion with the listing that, this is a question, conditions of adding comparisons, or do you want to leave the no conditions on the nomination?
I would suggest that we have staff work with Kara here to add in that comparative analysis section.
Okay.
And then also photo documentation of the changes.
Okay.
You know, for instance, the crack, the sandblasting, the interior changes, and those non-contributing features that are mentioned throughout the nomination.
Okay. Okay, with that understanding, then I move that the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation recommend to the State Historic Preservation Officer that the LeGrand Carnegie Library be forwarded to the Keeper of the National Register of Historic Places for listing in the National Register for its local significance under Criterion A in the areas of education and politics government, and under Criterion C in the area of architecture. In the areas of education and politics government, the Free Library represents LeGrand's dedication to accessible information and education. In the area of architecture, it represents the Carnegie Library program encouragement of standardized classical designs and interior layout while allowing for local variation.
Well, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Also. Second.
Okay, we'll take Cassie as the first seconder. Any discussion? Okay, then I will do a Vote by roll call. Jackie,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes. Excuse me. Yes.
Anne,
Yes.
Cassie,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
and myself, Heidi. Yes. So congratulations. Thank you, Kara, for all the time and energy you put into this nomination. Katie will work with you on getting the comments from us and incorporating some of those before it's forwarded on to the keeper of the National Register.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for being here too and supporting this nomination of this landmark in your community.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, we will move now on to our next nomination. Katie, I think you told me that everyone is here for that nomination. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
everyone we have registered is here.
Because they weren't here before, I believe I do need to read the opening statement.
That would be great.
Right? Okay. The National Register of Historic Places is the nation's official list of district sites, buildings, structures, and objects significant in American history, architecture, archaeology, and culture. The records are maintained in Washington, D.C. by the National Park Service under the authority of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966. Over 2,100 properties are located in all 36 counties of Oregon and are listed in the National Register. Oregon listings presently include over 150 historic districts. In order to qualify for a listing in the National Register, a property must possess and retain its historic appearance and be historically important at the local, state, or national level. A property's historic importance is determined through one of 4 criteria listed by the National Park Service. Those criteria are A, association with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history. Criterion B, association with a preeminent individual. Criterion C, displaying distinctive characteristics of a type, method of construction, or work of a master. Or criterion D, potential to yield important information on prehistory or history. The review process is limited to the consideration of these criteria and whether or not the document is technically complete and correct. When the committee determines that a nomination is eligible for listing, it recommends that the State Historic Preservation Officer sign the nomination and forward it to the keeper of the National Register in Washington, D.C. for review and listing. Nominations not meeting the listing criteria are either tabled to allow the applicant the opportunity to revise the nomination or not recommended for listing. At this time, I'll turn it over to staff to present our next nomination, which is the Banks Union High School.
Thank you, Heidi. Okay. The committee will now consider the proposed National Register nomination for Banks Union High School, Washington County. Before I get into this, as many of you are aware, since the nomination was drafted and noticed to the public in early December, the property owners, the school district, have begun demolition proceedings, and the high school is at this time partially demolished. I will note this when I cover integrity, but my presentation will discuss the building's significance and the building as it was at the time of the nomination being noticed. And that is what these photos date from as well. Banks Union High School is located on Main Street in the community of Banks. The nominated property is a subset here of the tax lot, and it includes 2 contributing buildings. I'll talk about this in a bit. This property experienced some substantial additions over the years as it grew, and this site plan gives a good overview of the different parts. So the oldest portion is this 1920 colonial revival style building, which was the original high school. See that over at the far west in the center on the site plan. The next building to be constructed is this 1936 gymnasium, which was constructed by the Works Progress Administration and is shown on the plan outlined in orange, the southwest corner. These two buildings are attached by a breezeway, but they are functionally freestanding, so they are counted as two separate buildings in Section 5 of the nomination. The next building constructed was this vocational building in 1951 to the north of the 1920 building, and a heating plant to the east, both outlined in this figure in pink. These were freestanding buildings at the time they were constructed, but you can see that alterations in the 60s connected them into this larger complex. And then a final large addition was constructed at the northeast corner in the 1970s. Because these additions are all physically adjoining that 1920 building, that complex is considered one building for the purposes of Section 5 of the nomination. So the two buildings here are the 1920 building with the 1960s and 70s additions, and the 1951 buildings that have been kind of combined into that one because they are all internally connected. And the second is the 1936 WPA gym. The nomination argues that the significance of Banks Union High School lies in the fact that it was the first union high school in Washington County and became a model for how small districts could work together to provide better access to secondary education. The school, according to the nomination, emerged directly from an early 20th century effort to create what were called standard schools that met state accreditation requirements. This benchmark was harder to meet in rural communities where resources were more spread out. So the state superintendent, J.A. Churchill, at the time encouraged the creation of these union high schools where rural districts without their own high schools could consolidate and pool their state funding and thereby create schools that they couldn't have sustained individually maybe. In 1919, 7 Washington County school districts voted to unionize, and Banks was selected as the location for the new union high school. It opened up in 1920, got its first bus a few years later. This was critical to bringing students from those outlying areas into the school. In the 1930s, it got this WPA constructed gymnasium, and then 6 additional districts joined in the 1940s. And the year of those last consolidations, 1945, is where the nomination draws the end of the period of significance under criterion A, which we'll come back to. This nomination also argues that the 1920 building specifically is significant within an architectural context as a representative example of early 20th century colonial revival institutional architecture with some Georgian revival style influences. Also as an example of a progressive era school. The building was designed by the Boise-based firm Turtelot and Hummel, and the nomination identifies that it has character-defining features of the colonial revival style, including that symmetrical facade, flat roof line with that low parapet, brick veneer, and a recessed central entrance bay with those elaborations like classical detailing like the Tuscan pilasters and topped with that lunette window. The building also, the nomination points out, has characteristic features of schools that were built during the progressive era when there was an emphasis on health and sanitation and safety. And things like natural lighting, ventilation, orientation, those were all relevant in school design from this era. Banks Union High School's high ceilings, wide corridors, and large windows that provided daylight, cross ventilation all reflect this. Other characteristics considered helpful that we see in this building were a no more than 2-story design and indoor restroom facilities. Based on these contexts, the nomination argues that the building is significant under criteria A and C in the areas of education and architecture, respectively. At the local level of significance and with a period of significance that under criterion A extends from construction in 1920 through the final unionizations in 1945, and under criterion C, limited to 1920, the year of construction. As I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, the school is currently being demolished and its condition and integrity are not currently represented by the nomination or these photographs. And so please bear that in mind. Regarding items to consider for this nomination, I remind the committee that the SACHP's purview as defined in administrative rule is to make a recommendation to the SHPO on whether the nomination meets the required criteria, meaning that all required procedural requirements have been met, that the nomination is adequately documented, that it is technically and professionally correct and sufficient, and that it demonstrates that the property meets the National Register criteria for evaluation, meaning significance under criteria A, B, C, and or D, and integrity to convey that significance. So this property is not located within a certified local government's jurisdiction. We did receive a formal letter of opposition to the nomination from the school district, as well as about 20 comments from members of the public related to this building and nomination. We also have the preparers with us today to provide testimony. We have Laurellen and Nina with us. And before we move to them, if you have any technical questions, you may ask those of me now or during discussion. It's up to you.
Thank you, Katie. Given the current state of the building, I do have some technical questions on process here. So the nomination was written before demolition occurred. It's been partially demolished at this point. If we are reviewing the nomination based on what is written, or are we reviewing it on the current state? I mean, do we pull into account the current state of the building because it has drastically changed since the nomination was submitted?
That's an excellent question. So you are reviewing the nomination, but knowing at this point that the nomination as written does not reflect the current condition of the building. That needs to be taken into account because the nomination is not at this point, like section 7 is not reflective of what the building looks like today.
Okay. And then with a public facility, a public building, my understanding is that we don't necessarily need the owner's consent to list it. They can object or support a nomination, but because it's a public facility, owner's consent is not required. I just want to confirm that.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. So do any other committee members have questions for Katie or Curry on this nomination? Greg?
Yeah, I just dropped it into the chat there, but could someone elaborate on the building's current condition today? I mean, does it still exist? Is it still demolished? What parts are that may still be standing or not?
I visited the building yesterday, and our guests may be able to speak to this. I see Laurellen's raised her hand, so that's a question that can be asked in her testimony as well. When I was there, much of the 1960s additions to the rear of the 1920s building or 1920 building have been removed already, and then half to 2/3 of the eastern or rear section of the 1920 building have been removed as well.
Okay. Thank you. Before we turn it over to the proposer, are there any other questions of staff? Okay. Hearing none, we'll turn it over to, that's a new one, Lauren, sorry, butchering your name here. I'll let you introduce yourself and state your name and address and your relationship to the property. I believe you are the applicant, but if you will do that for us, please.
Okay, well, my connection to the property is that I have lived in Banks the majority of my life, or at least the Banks community. Um, I am also the president of the Banks Historical Society. They may have taken down more of the building than I saw 2 days ago since Katie was out there. We knew that the 60s building, which was rebuilt in 1963 after the Columbus Day storm, that it was going to go because that's what we had voted, that we wanted a new school in the 1960s footprint. The historic school, it was built in 1920. When I last saw it 2 days ago, the stage area, the school as you see it is broad in the front and then it narrows down in the back. And that narrowed part was what was the stage. And it got converted to two office spaces, and that's what had been removed was the projection for the stage. Like I said, that was 2 days ago, so Katie might um, have better information from there. But most of the deconstruction was on the 1960s building. As far as inside, I'd witnessed that blackboards had been removed from the classrooms, and I had been told that the hanging lights uh, that were the original light fixtures had been removed, but I haven't seen that myself. That's all I have to say about the deconstruction.
Thank you. So you're the president of the Historical Society, a member of the community, and did you help write the nomination itself?
I started out and I did a lot of research just because I had been here. My grandparents, even my great grandparents, lived in this area. But it really goes around my grandparents because I lived with them for a good part of my early years. And then I'm actually living there now. I mean, they're gone, but I'm still here. My grandfather was born in the late 1800s. And as a boy, he finished the 8th grade, which to me seemed like, well, geez, he's a school dropout, not realizing that at the turn of the century, 8th grade was actually a fairly good education. But he didn't go to high school. There was no high school in Western Washington County. So he went to work so he could send his siblings to high school, which meant getting them accepted, paying tuition, room, and board for his brothers and sisters, which he did. They all graduated from high school, and most of them ended up going to normal school or college afterwards. They started talking about the school around 1915, but then World War I came. My grandfather went to France during World War I, and then when he came back in the 1919, he was discharged. You know, he's back in the area, and this is when the big boom was happening after the war. Everybody was excited. They wanted to improve things, you know, for the next generation and so on and so forth. And I can't swear as a fact, you know, that he voted for this, but just his lifestyle, I'm sure he and the family voted for it. My grandmother was a school teacher. She taught, I know for sure, at Banks, not at Banks, at Manning and Buxton, which are two of the schools that incorporated with Banks to be a high school. Just to give you more idea of what life was like back then. Then my grandfather was on the board of directors, which would be like the school board, from 1931 to 42. And then he became the clerk of the high school from 1942, and it says to 50, but the article ends, it was written in 1950. I was born in the mid 50s, and I know he was still on the school board until late 50s, early 60s, when he retired from being the clerk. You know, he was a common worker. You know, he started out as a sawyer. I already said that my grandmother was a teacher. After World War II, he had been in the Corps of Engineers during the war. So when he came back, he still did lumber work during the Great Depression, but then he started working for the county to build the roads better so that cars could actually travel on them and things, since they were still pretty rutted at that time. But to me personally, he was one of the wisest men I knew. I had difficulty in trigonometry. And back in my day, even though calculators had been invented, we were told that we would be flunked from our class if they even saw a calculator in the schoolroom, or if our math class, we couldn't show how we had used it, just using regular math or a slide rule. If it looked like we had used a computer of any sort, we would be flunked. So I was having some problems and wasn't sure if I was doing things right. I would sit in the living room where I am sitting currently and where my grandfather used to sit, and he would get his abacus out. So this is showing, you know, how things have changed in our mathematics since 1800s and early 1900s. And we would read the question together, and I would use my slide rule, and he'd throw the beads around on the abacus. And he didn't know how to use a slide rule. So the idea was, if we got the same answer, I was doing the math problem correctly. And that's just a real fond memory. And the importance, you know, that the high school brought the community together, you know, into a bigger community. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you for that personal view of the history there. That's really helpful. Looks like Katie is still trying to get Nina connected. It looks like she's connected, but being promoted to a panelist.
I don't think I can get promoted without leaving the meeting and rejoining, and I'm not sure I'll be able to.
Well, we can hear you, so
okay,
that is a good sign. Yeah, so Nina, if you want to state your name and address and your relationship to the property. I know you were on the form as another one of the preparers.
Yeah, my name is Nina Schertz, and I guess I served as the lead preparer. And I guess I'm kind of on behalf of the Banks Historical Society, and also a large community organization that was working together to save this building.
Okay. So, question I have for you, Nina, or the team that helped prepare this nomination. It sounds like we've received a lot of testimony, written testimony in support of the preservation of this building. At the same time, obviously, we got documentation this morning that the building is in the process of being demolished. We did receive a letter from the school board school board chair and the superintendent stating that they do, promote historic preservation and believe in it, although through numerous years of testing and analysis of the building, as well as master planning and long range facility planning, that it has been agreed to that this building would be taken down. So from the other written testimony that we've received, it appears that there's a big disconnect between what the impression of the reports from long range facility planning, master planning, and reporting from the district versus what the public has been informed of. If you want to touch on that a little bit, just to kind of bring our committee up to speed, that would be helpful for us.
Okay, sure. So a couple things. There has been a disconnect, and I think there, for example, we just voted on a bond that this is a year ago, and in it, it said we were going to get a new high school and how important that was, and so it passed. Nowhere in that bond did it say anything about replacing or building a new district office. At the time, the historic 1920 building was housing our district office. And so when the general public had no idea that this bond involved demolishing the historic 1920 building. And that has been one of the biggest disconnects. Some people did know that, and those people were in favor of demolition. If they were on the certain boards or certain committees, they were aware of that. And if they dug far into and read the fine print, it would say things that, certain buildings would be taken down, but it didn't ever state, at any point did it state that, that this building would be demolished. And so in that sense, they even, and as we pressed them afterwards, we came up with a cost neutral way to save the building that was even put forward by the architect of the school, the superintendent, under pressure, had that brought forward. However, it was never even brought the board. It was brought before the board literally a day before they voted on to demolish the building, and it was so it was a difficult thing. There were lots of options. We were hoping to even have, one of the options we had talked about was having it become, the city invest in it and have it be a dual district office and community center, or even it been brought up of having the Washington County Museum come out there because it is looking for a place. So a lot of things have happened. The city has some record issues where in 2003 it has records of it being under the historic overlay. It's it's clearly in the 2003. It's just right there, right? You have it, and then but the city says that was an error. So there's all sorts of things. I guess the point I want to make is the building, the historical significance of this building and how much it means. We do have a superintendent that's not local, that doesn't understand how much that building means to our community. We have just a few key people who want everything new, but we have a big base of community members who had no idea that this building was going to come down. They don't want it to come down. They're heartbroken that it should. They want it to remain in our city for a long time. We want this for another 100 years, right? Our city is about to triple in size, And the fact that we are destroying the most significant historical building while we are expanding has a great number of our residents very upset and very, I just feel like we're not protecting our our city, the soul of our city, as we are changing and doubling, tripling in size. So I do have something I would like just to read. Is that all right?
Yeah, we have a couple more minutes. That's fine.
Okay. So I just did this because I thought I would just have, I didn't know I was answering questions so much as this was my little statement. So Banks Union High School was a model for rural education in the region. Its programs, organization, and facilities influenced Washington County and surrounding counties, and even drew attention from state leadership. I don't know if you read that the governor was out there and was promoting the Union High Schools using Banks Union High School as an example. Reading about the championship teams, academic and athletic achievements, the school performances and community events brought the building to life in a powerful way. But the most meaningful part of this process for me was hearing the stories. People shared memories of their grandparents, like Laurellan, teachers who changed lives and in generations. Again and again, as I did this nomination, I saw how deeply this building mattered. In a small town like Banks, the structure represented more than a school. It was and still is the heart and identity of the community. It is our only prominent historic brick building, designed by a respected architectural firm, widely regarded as the most beautiful building in town. It reflects an era when public buildings were created not only for function, but with the intention of lasting craftsmanship, dignity, and beauty. And for many residents, it symbolized stability, pride, and shared history. And now, as you know, the building is currently being demolished, and we understand that the loss of integrity affects the outcome of this nomination. Because of that reality, I understand that the committee may not be able to move this nomination forward. But after spending so much time researching and documenting this building, and after hearing from so many members of the community, there is something important that we are still hoping to understand. Based on the research, the documentation provided, if the building had remained intact, do you believe it would have met the criteria for listing in the National Register? For our community, this question is not about changing what happens next. It is about understanding the historical significance of what we are losing. Hundreds of people shared their memories and their family histories during this process. Many of them are now watching this demolition with a profound sense of grief. To know that this building was not only meaningful to us emotionally, but that it also met the professional standards for historical significance and integrity would provide something very important: acknowledgement. That recognition would honor the generations who learned, taught, competed, and gathered there. It would affirm that this place truly mattered, not just to our town, but as part of Oregon's history. Sometimes preservation is not only about saving a place, sometimes it is about recognizing its value and significance and giving a community a sense of closure as it says goodbye. For the people of Banks, knowing that this building would have qualified would mean more than I can fully express. Even if the walls are coming down, it would help our community to know that its history and its significance still stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. That's a very, very humble and commendable position to be in. So I appreciate that. I'm gonna just ask Curry on behalf of playing Ian on this one. Again, I know our peer review is to make a recommendation based on the nomination and what's presented in front of us. But having also this new information on the building being demolished, I would just like your take on, is it even possible to nominate a building that is in the process of being demolished?
I'll let Kitty go ahead and start.
So, as I mentioned, the nomination as written no longer reflects the current condition or integrity of the building. So in this case, we would probably not be able to forward this to the National Park Service for consideration. I spoke with Ian about this, and his guidance was that as a citizen committee, the SACHP, it is up to you whether or not you'd like to take this nomination up for discussion. At this point, it would be more of a courtesy discussion because we would not be able to submit the nomination.
Hearing that, well, we as a committee have reviewed this nomination. So on behalf of all the people who have put the effort in to write the nomination and support the nomination, I would like us to take the time to do a review of it. So Matt, I will turn it over to you. You were our lead reviewer. If you want to start us off with your questions, comments, and thoughts on the nomination itself.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Heidi. First of all, to Nina, very well spoken. I would like to take this time to honor your work and go over the nomination and talk about how the property does meet the significance, although it does now lack integrity. So I think you did a really good job on preparing the nomination, especially linking the school to the areas of significance, particularly in education. I learned a lot about the union effort to consolidate individual school districts. As somebody that grew up in Oregon, and I didn't go to a union school, but I played sports against other union schools. I never knew what, Lebanon Union High School was, or any of those other union high schools. So it was really educational for me to learn that. I think you did a great job of defining the period of significance to that effort to bring all of those small individual school districts together. I think it also does a really good job from the earlier testimony of showing how bringing those school districts together really opened up educational opportunities to children that might not have had that opportunity. So I think this nomination does a great job of talking about that. I also agree that in the area of architecture, that you do a good job of showing that it is a good example and that it would be significant under criterion C. Overall, I think it was just a very well written nomination, very concise, succinct, and you did an excellent job of talking about the aspects and the context to which makes it significant without really needing to provide a lot of extra. So you said what you needed to say, you proved your point, and it was very well done. Those were my main comments. I will turn it over to the rest of the committee.
Yeah, I'd like to just make a point here that the nomination, as far as I understand it, is for the high school, but it also includes the gymnasium. But are we only looking at, because that was noted as another, oh my gosh, resource on the property. So we have the three resources within the period of significance. Is the nomination kind of a bigger picture? If the high school is taken out of the picture, are we still looking at a nomination for the gymnasium and the vocational building? Or is it really just for the high school?
Good question. May I
Did
answer?
you, oh, go ahead.
Sorry,
Did you want me to go?
Chair Slaybaugh, who would you like to answer that question first?
Well, anyone can answer it, but Katie, if you want to start, and then Lauren.
Yeah. The nomination as written is for the complex, so the high school and then also the gymnasium. Those are both the contributing resources within the complex. So as written, it does not focus specifically on the significance of the gymnasium. The gymnasium is also pending demolition at this time.
Okay, so they have started. Yes. Lauren Lynn.
So there. Yeah, the timeline is that they kind of hurried up the demolition on the historic high school. The gym, some of the people in the community did want to save it, but when we were looking at it, there were 3 potential historic buildings that maybe we could save 1 out of 3. No such luck. There was comments as late as last night on Facebook on why isn't the school moving the gym to another section of the property or to a different property. It was going to be hard to do that with the brick building, but even their plans originally was only to get rid of 5 feet of the old building. You know, now that they realize they can get rid of it, it's like, let's get rid of everything, make a new district office and a parking lot. So that's what the gym and the historic high school will be, is part of a district office and a parking lot. They've got 15 acres. Seems like they could park someplace else, but they're not. And then as far as history goes, Oregon, only 1% of the schools in Oregon in 1920 were union high schools. So it was a very new concept.
Great. Thank you, Lauren. Laura Allen. I can pronounce your name correctly at some point here. Any other committee members wish to speak on behalf of the nomination here? Okay, Anne?
I just want to acknowledge Nina and Marlon, the loss that you're experiencing, because land does carry memory. You used the word soul and that just hit me. I understand that. And it's so much more than just buildings, right? It's the emotional, it's the social, it's the spiritual ties that happen there, the history, all that matters. And yet we evolve as humans too, right? And society evolves. So there's that interplay there that's inevitable. But I just want you to know that I understand, to some degree, I understand how you're feeling and I see you. And I just want to acknowledge that part of the heart part that you mentioned. It's important. It's what makes us human, right? And so we're dealing with a lot of the technical issues here. But I know how these kinds of things can impact your soul and your spirit. So I just want you to know that I see that and I'm sorry and I feel the grief. That's all.
Thank you, Anne.
Thank you.
Jackie?
Yeah, I just wanted to also express kind of heartbreak of losing structures such as this. And also just, I read the nomination and I was like very impressed about how thorough and well written and well documented. It was a very complicated site plan that was really well explained, and the context statement really, gave very good context about the whole development of the school, the Union schools, and how it impacted those rural communities and how they realized how important like something like transportation was to that system. So it was just a really great context statement and a really great nomination. And I'm sorry to see that certain people and communities don't recognize the value of these kinds of resources and communities. And yeah, I'm sad that both the school and the gym will be demolished because I saw, the gym was also a very iconic and interesting building, part of the nomination as well.
Thank you, Jackie. Now we'll go to Greg.
I think Ann and Jackie have said it best, so I certainly agree and support with it. Support their comments. I also just wanted to acknowledge the exceptional nomination form, and as a historian, just understanding the level of work that went into all of this nomination, all 77 pages of it here. It's exceptional. It's presented exceptionally well. Normally, I have a lot of comments that I share on these nominations. Just maybe a small typo here or there, but I think that the content really is exceptional, and that's a testament to you all's involvement and the community's involvement and respect for those facilities. So I wanted to acknowledge all of that community work that has gone into putting this package together.
Sarah.
I didn't have too much more to add to that at all. I thought that they certainly made the case for the importance, or I should say you certainly made the case for the importance of the school as among as the very first and among the in Washington County and among the first in the state to be the union to be a union high school, and certainly represented this growth in the education buildings in the state. I also have a particular interest in these WPA buildings, and I think that we're losing WPA buildings, and often because they don't seem very distinctive, but they represent so much during that time period, and it's too bad that the entire property was kind of approached in the same time by the district. But and just thank you very much for putting this history together. It's very meaningful.
You are so welcome. I just wanted to add is like I'm finally having my like emotional like I'm like just kind of bawling here, but I just want to thank you guys for taking this so seriously. This has meant so much to so many people, and it is profound sense of loss. And it's so frustrating when so many people cannot see the vision of what these buildings could become if they were properly restored and made useful again. So yeah, but I'm so grateful for it's been putting this nomination and being the lead preparer on that has been an amazing experience for me. And I want to thank Katie in particular for helping me to get the application to this point. She has been so wonderful to work with and so thorough and so encouraging. And that has been just wonderful for me to be able to do this. I don't regret any of the hundreds of hours that were put into it because of what I learned. And I just felt like this nomination, I had to finish it, even though we knew that the end would be, probably demolition. But I felt like the nomination was a way to honor the building um, and to honor what it truly, like its significance and its architecture. Um, so it was, I guess, it's like giving it an honorary degree. And so just hearing like anything like that, it might have had a chance had it not been demolished, means an awful lot. So I thank you all for that. So thanks.
Thank you, Nina. I know from my perspective, sitting on this committee for quite a while now and looking at your nomination, it's excellent. It's one of the more thorough nominations we have had received. You have all of the right points. You've got the comparative analysis, you've got the history. I mean, you've really nailed it on every front. And I mean, if we were to make a mock motion to move this forward, I imagine everybody on this committee would be in agreement that it is worthy of pushing forward to the keeper of the National Register. And I have a high level of confidence that the National Park Service would have approved it. I work on a number of schools and school districts throughout Central and Eastern Oregon, and almost every school district who has one of these buildings, it is listed, or at least it's listed locally. And it is a real shame to see this one going by the wayside. Your documentation in this National Register nomination won't be lost. I hope that the residents of Banks can work with the school district to hopefully at least get a historical monument placed on the site. I think, Katie, you said this is not a CLG area, right? So, the ins and outs of working on that to get a plaque of remembrance, on this site lists, one of those great photos of the building embronzed in bronze on a bronze plaque would be, at the minimum, something I would encourage the community to push to work with the district to do. But you should be very proud of yourselves. You guys should be, celebrating the good work that you did, celebrating the history that has gone into this. Unfortunately, we're not a land use committee, so we can't help you with that decision for demo, but we can say that, in all, I mean, we can just put our hands up if we're all in agreement that we would have pushed this through to the National Register. Hopefully you can see our screen because I can't take a vote on it for public record, but unanimously saying yes. So, Laura Ellen, do you have a couple other comments? Oh, you're still muted. Laura Ellen, you're still muted. You wanted to say anything? So tricky.
There.
There you
Finally unmuted. The public, well, the monument's going to be a little bench going into the new district office that supposedly is going to have a plaque on it, which I think is pretty minimal considering what they're destroying. And I am on the committee. I kind of forced my way onto the committee because they hadn't asked anybody from the Historical Society to sit on it. But they don't seem to want to budge on that. I wanted to know where it goes from here. Obviously, it's not going up the federal level, but as far as it having been discussed with you guys, is it shown someplace, or how
Yeah,
does?
Katie, do you want to address that?
Yeah, so we will take the copy of the nomination and put it on our historic sites database, and it will be available online for future researchers to access.
And then it will just say it was eligible, but
The nomination as written will go up. We will make a note in the database that it has been demolished,
okay.
but the nomination with its argument will be available.
And I know you guys don't really have too much authority on this, but I guess as part of the state of Oregon and how negligent Banks is, in my opinion, I'd like to know how we go about getting our laws to support some of these historic efforts, because they don't. And you probably had my letter in the packet on how I really am distrustful of banks, having worked on 2 buildings in the last 3 years with them. Because we really thought this was a shoe-in, since they had it on their comprehensive plan and everything, but then they weaseled out of it. So any input that we could get on, how we change our laws to make them work a little
Yeah.
better for all of us. I realize, like the Grand and some of them, but we don't even have a historic group within the city. I mean, we have our historical society, but there's nobody representing history within the city government. There's no committee.
Furry, you might want to take that one, and maybe you want to take that offline. But if you have a quick answer for them on approach.
Sure. Thank you. If regulatory protection is the goal, the having a local ordinance and a local commission is the place where that can happen with Oregon land use processes. So that takes advocating for developing that in the city through city council, working with city staff to make that happen. The addition to that regulatory process, doing advance proactive work to get people to understand the value of these places, or even share that existing value. So all of this value was shared during this process. When that can be collected in advance and shared with the city, shared with the school district, so before there's even an idea of a property going away, there's that value that's shared in the community, and that takes ongoing continued effort to maintain that as people come and go in a community. But that's the real strength, is when you can build that in early and in advance. And so taking a look, this is a great opportunity, sadly, as an example, for communities to take a pause and think about those important places in their community and start that outreach effort now as soon as possible, and then find a way to keep that ongoing. The Certified Local Government Program can help with that if the city is interested in participating with that. But there are other ways to go about that through your historical society and other statewide nonprofit organizations as well.
Our ordinances said that if something was listed on the comprehensive plan, that it would be considered a historic site. But Banks didn't follow through with that. They backpedaled and came up with reasons on why it wasn't.
Yeah, I think it very much depends on how the code language is written. And when those lists were made, typically in Oregon under the statewide planning process, things have changed since those lists were made, and so the requirements are different than they used to be as well. So again, creating that local, if you're talking about regulatory and not allowing demolition, that needs to happen really in the code language, not just in the comprehensive plans.
Looking at our time here, I'm going to move us along. Matt, if you want to wrap up. Sorry, Greg has had his hand up. Greg, you want to say something real quick?
Yeah, just really quickly, building on what Ann and Katie have both said. Nina and the community, we hear you, we see you with this nomination, and I think not only will this nomination serve locally for providing some local history and Washington County history, but it's great to also hear that from Katie that it will be available online to people, and I would recommend it as a model for future people in other parts of the state. So I think that your work could has a potential to inform work throughout the state of Oregon as well. So I wanted to acknowledge you all for that.
Will the school district and the Historical Society get something from this committee, a letter or anything?
I can put together a formal memo that summarizes comments.
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Okay. Matt, any other thoughts from you?
Nope, I think we have summarized them pretty well.
Okay. So officially, we have to make probably have to make a motion to deny the application. Is that what we have to do? I hate putting that in the record.
Yeah. I think the language that you could use is that the building does not meet the National Register criteria, which is not to say that it's not significant.
Okay. Matt, do you wish to make such a motion?
Sure, I make the motion that while the nomination was complete and thorough, unfortunately the building does not meet integrity standards and cannot advance it at this time.
Second.
As discussion on that motion, I would like to make a friendly amendment that it's noted that it doesn't meet integrity standards because it is currently being demolished.
I'll second that amendment.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion of the motion?
This is Steve. I put a couple thoughts in the chat. There can be other measures taken. So it's just maybe not today, but some of these things could be discussed publicly and privately. So.
Right. Yeah. If we were, putting on my hat as chair of the Landmarks Commission of a CLG, right? If we were reviewing it, we would have been able to put conditions on, even if the committee agreed to demolition, conditions on it be documented, perhaps hair, like you said, or photo documentation and salvage and a monument sign documentation. But we're not that land use body here at the State Advisory Committee. And so, our purview is just to approve and review the National Register nomination to forward it on. So I don't believe that we have any way to put any caveats with that, Katie or Curry, as far as, adding in any documentation or anything at this level at this time.
No, what I suggested, it has to come from banks. So it's just some ideas versus, well, walking away with nothing. So.
I mean, could we put in our letter, we, highly suggest that this be photo documented, at least the gym, before it's demolished. We suggest, salvage, at least to put in.
They've actually done a really good job of photo documenting everything. They have done that. They did a video. They have done all of that.
Great. Thanks, Dina. Okay.
And as a publicly owned property, this is going through the ORS 358653 for the protection of publicly owned historic properties in Oregon compliance process. So, the school board and superintendent are in conversation with our review and compliance team.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Well. All right. Well, we have a motion and a second, an amendment that has been seconded. We've discussed. At this time, I'd like to take a roll call vote on it, if we can. So going through our list again, Steve, I'm just going to call in different orders.
Yes. I assume that's the motion that we read into the record. So
right, our motion to not be able to forward this on to or recommend SHPO, State Historic Preservation Officer, forward it on to the keeper of the National Register because it does not meet the level of integrity as it's being demolished.
Did we approve the amendment?
Yeah, so this is for a motion. We have a motion with the amendment. So I'm asking
so we're voting once, just voting one time on the
voting
motion.
one time. Yes. Okay, now that we've made that clear, everybody, let's try it again. Steve?
Yes.
Okay. Sarah?
Yes.
Jackie?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Cassie?
Yes.
And Matt?
Yes.
And myself, Heidi, yes. Okay. Nina and Laurellen, thank you very, very much. Katie will be.
Thank you. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all for promoting and trying your very best to save that beautiful building in your town.
Well, thank you for all the support that you've given us in doing the project.
Absolutely. Okay. At this point, we are done with our meeting for today. We will start again at 8:30, and I will remind 8:30. I got a little tied up this morning. I apologize. And so we will have the second half of our meeting tomorrow, Friday, February 20th, starting at 8:30 till about 12 or 12:30 or so. And I thank you all for joining us today, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay. Anything else? Bye. Oh, do we need a motion to adjourn for our half day?
I move that we adjourn for the half day.
I love it.
Second.
All right, Cassie, second. Steve.
Yes.
Sarah.
Yes.
Jackie.
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
Anne.
Yes.
Cassie.
Yes.
Matt.
Yes.
Heidi. Yes. Thank you all.
Thank you.